Well, this is weird. I'm talking to myself. But hey, we're all a bit weird. But I'm gonna make this because I'm probably gonna look back at this in like 5-10 years and it's like a retrospective on one of the weirdest games I've ever played in my life. I don't know. I'll probably look at this and think it's really stupid, but I just want to do it anyway. Because I'm weird and I like to do weird things. Anyway, the Splatoon 3 story mode. Really great. I loved it a lot. The story behind it was pretty cool. But the story behind it, the whole fuzzy ooze thing, and turning you into a mammal, or at least that's the implication in the beginning, I think. I don't know if they figured it out right away. I can't remember. Yeah, I don't remember. It's like a month ago now. I don't remember things that far back, but anyway. When you go through all the sites, you learn, you unlock more logs. Each level unlocks a bit more on the log, and once you complete all the levels, you unlock the complete log for that area, or site, as it's called. And you learn about humanity's last, kind of home, where everything else is extinct and dead, wasteland and all that. And it kind of brings your hopes up, and then scientists there's like a new generation of scientists who want to see the surface again, the real sky, then end up going against the previous scientist's wishes, crashes into the ceiling, and human race goes extinct for realsies this time. So it continues to charm, you know? It's kind of really sad. But then you get to the final boss, who earlier is revealed to be Mr. Grizz, and Captain Comfort was kidnapped and everything. So when you get up when you go through all of each little kind of sectors of the final area or site with the rocket, you meet Mr. Grizz, who ends up being a big, massive bear. Big surprise there, you know. Big surprise. And then he drives down Captain Flush, who is revived by a single tear, and now he's floating in the air, which makes no sense. It would make a lot more sense if it was like in water, but it's air, so it doesn't make much sense. But anyway, Mr. Grizz created the fuzzy ooze over years and years of work, or at least, inkling and ogling work, getting him the golden eggs and him getting all the resources he needs. And I have to say, I feel bad for him, because he tries to launch a rocket and cover the whole planet in ooze, right? I see his intention. He's trying to bring back the human race. I see the intention. I see how he, not exactly how it feels, but I kind of understand. You kind of learn how he feels, so to speak. He's alone. He's literally the last man alive. So while I do understand why he would do that, Do I completely agree with his approach? No. But do I think that he has a right to feel the way he feels? Yes, to a certain extent. But I feel he could have taken a different approach. I feel the ending of Splatoon 3 could have been a bit different. But Mr. Grizz is an unfortunate character. He's a very unfortunate character, Mr. Grizz. And I do kind of feel it could have gone a bit different for the ending, but, it went the way it did. And Mr. Grizz was destroyed. The last mammal. and the whole story mode was titled Return of the Mammalians. I wish some mammals would have returned. I wish mammals would have been back to a certain extent. Maybe not the whole planet. Maybe not like all the inklings, nocklings, or any other sea creatures. Everything is now mammal, you know. But I do kind of wish it kind of like turned some of them into mammals. But then again, that's kind of changing them. But yeah, you know, whatever. Something stupid I thought I'd make or record in this case. All in all, in conclusion, in my opinion, Mr. Grizz is an unfortunate character. Yeah, Mr. Grizz is an unfortunate character. With not the greatest intention, not the greatest approach, but you can understand to a certain extent why he would do that or why he feels that way. Like if you're like the last of your species, you know, I'm not gonna downplay it like that, but it's kind of worse when you're the last of like a whole thing. In this case, the mammals, you know, and yeah, but it's a sad kind of ending, but you know, it's just a video game, but you know, it's just my thoughts on that. And I'll probably look at this in the future. If this even recorded my voice properly, I'll have to re-record it if it didn't, which will be even weirder. But yeah, that's just kind of how I feel about the ending. And the secret level was absolutely insanity. And the last log was pretty neat. Oh, you know, rocket blast off, had a mammal, had a bunch of species, went back to Earth, died. I thought I would make this quick add-on because I just thought about this earlier. Or just now, actually. But I wonder if the mammals, to a certain extent, did return, because you still have the octolings or octarians that were fuzzy, right? Like they had hair and everything, and you know they were mammals and all that. So I wonder, did some of them survive during the story mode? Like, did not all of them die? And some of them survived, so the mammals are technically back to a certain extent. Will they kind of coexist like the octolings and inklings do already? I don't know. Just something I just thought about just now. Be interesting if like a DLC comes out and like Splatoon 2's Octo expansion, and you know, like octolings, inklings, and mammal octolings coexist. That'd be pretty cool. Another one will be I'm weird. I'm gonna look back at this and think, no clue, actually. I don't know what I'm gonna think, because I don't know my future self. I'm not in Back to the Future. Anywho, just fun. Well, that was the 1 month anniversary of Splatoon 3. Well, the 9th was the anniversary, and the 10th might be the anniversary, because September is 30 days, October is 31 days, whatever. But it's the 1 month anniversary. It's the 1 month anniversary. 30 days for September, 31 days for October. Never had another true day. But the release of Splatoon 3 and the first month of it went kind of well. The one of the biggest issues in the beginning, especially with the Splatfest, was the ranks. See, when a lot of expert players transferred their data over from Splatoon 2 to Splatoon 3, you only went up to a certain rank, even if you're like the highest rank possible in Splatoon 2. So adding that into the fact that some players didn't transfer everything made the ranked matches a bit of a pain in the butt, depending on who you were put up against. You either got your butt kicked, it was a pretty even match, or you kicked the other team's butt. And so it was a bit of a rocky start for the month, but I actually just played a few matches a few hours earlier, and it seems to be a little better. Well, not a a bit better since it's starting to settle out more and even everything out and everything, and playing in their respective ranks. But the story mode was also really good, and I was just talking about that earlier. The story mode was really good. I actually just completed the whole thing. I completed the secret level and everything. So when I completed the secret level, I completed the whole story mode, which was on the 9th a few hours ago. Well, not a few hours ago, but yeah, hours ago. But a lot of the weapons are really good. I never played Splatoon 1 or 2, or I did to complete the story mode, but I never, joined on with, 2015, 2016, 2017, 18, 19, 20, so on and so forth. Splatoon 3 is kind of like my first kind of jump into the game series as a whole, with all the stuff in it. I can't wait to see what the DLC is, because I actually played the Splatoon 2 Octo expansion, which was pretty fun. Definitely difficult. Definitely very, very difficult. But yeah, I've tried out quite a few of the weapons. I haven't tried out all of them, but the dualies are really good. I like being able to kind of press the B button and and the specials are pretty cool, and the outfits are pretty cool. I love being able to change my outfits and go to the store, and sometimes you can go to the players and you're like, I like that shirt, or I like that hat. And you can order them. The seer should do it. I forget his name, sorry. But yeah, that's pretty cool. The stores are really neat. But yeah, other than that, the Salmon run's pretty cool. I haven't done too much of it, but I'm not horrible at it, I don't think. I think I'm pretty decent at it. But yeah, that's kind of the first month and everything, 1 month in kind of thing, for Splatoon 3. Who knows, maybe I'll do it for a 2 month in, or maybe I'll do a 1 year in, 2 year in kind of thing. I don't know. Or maybe I'll record my thoughts about the Splatfest. Who knows? My thoughts about this last Splatfest is really cool. I chose Team Gear, and I was on the winning team and everything. I played for an hour, and stop playing for an hour, or play for an hour, stop playing for an hour. Then I stopped playing for 2 hours, play for an hour, and all that kind of a pattern of 1 hour on, 1 hour off kind of thing. Sometimes I played for an hour and a half to 2, so I stopped playing for an hour and a half to 2. But a lot of players, they're really good. I got a hand to a lot of players that are really good. But yeah, Splatfest was really fun. The music was cool. The teams were cool. The theme was pretty cool. Even they brought back the tricolor and everything, and that was pretty fun. So who knows? I don't know if I used dualies. I think I used dualies. I don't remember. But I won a pretty decent amount. Actually made a couple online friends I really chat to. So, yeah, that's my thoughts. Splatoon 3. 1 month in. 1 month in. Wow, thoughts. Here's a longer run. Hello everyone, my name is Gribriel. I'm here to talk about what happened during the second month of Splatoon 3's tenure and my thoughts and feelings about it. I plan to talk about each month of Splatoon 3's tenure, though that could change depending on what happens throughout each month. On the 7th of October, Nintendo announced the Splatoon X Pokemon Splatfest, which was going to run from the 11th of November to the 13th of November. A lot of people theorized they weren't doing a Splatfest during the month of October because they were going to be doing a big run, which was announced during the Splatoon 3 Nintendo Direct back in August. This made a lot of people ask, where's Big Run? However, as the days went by, it never happened. That didn't mean there wasn't anything to do during the month of October while waiting for the next Splatfest to come. There were still plenty of people doing the levels in Splatoon 3's story mode, whether they were playing it for the first time or doing them again with different weapons and strategies. Well, since the next Splatfest wouldn't be coming until the month of November, I decided to try out a few different weapons. When playing some turf wars, I got tired of the dapple doolies. I just didn't like them, and I felt like I wasn't doing my utmost best I could with those dapple doolies. So, I tried out different weapons. First, I tried the charger bow. I got a few kills in here and there and a few assists, but overall I wasn't doing that great, and I got splat a lot more than I actually did splat others. Next, I did something that I swore I would never do. I tried out the brush. I always swore I'd never try out the brush, and I always didn't like it, even the players that use them, even if they're on my team. But I decided to give it a go and see if I was any good at it. I was. I got a few splats in here and there, you know. I actually got a win with the brush, and that was the first time I used the brush. I was pretty happy with that. I got a few, and I splat a lot of territory as well. So I recently just started using tickets I've gained over the last couple of months to buy the food in the lobby. They have the Crab Trap Sandwich, the Commercial Crab Trap Sandwich, the Pescatariat Royale, the Mega Mountain of La Marigold, and the Marigolden Garden Greens. All these foods give special bonuses after the matches, such as double the XP or double the cash. But this one just seems like a diabetic nightmare. It's hard work. Just a bunch of thatch. Hello? Hello, Gabriel. This is your doctor. Your results from your last week's appointment shows they have hypoglycemia. You need more sugar. Oh. So that's why I'm so tired after working. Jeez. Oh, what day is it? Well, Spot is to win. The results have finally come out. So, who won?
Okay, here we go.
Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. I'm here to talk about the third month of Splatoon 3's tenure and my thoughts and feelings about it. I plan to talk about each month of Splatoon 3's era, though that could change depending on if there's things worth talking about or not. During the last month of Splatoon 3's era, nothing too major happened, besides rumors, a release date for the Splatoon 3 amiibo, a cool Splatoon X Pokemon keychain set releasing, and the biggest event, the Splatoon X Pokemon Splatfest. And we all know how that played out. Back in August, Nintendo revealed the Splatoon 3 amiibo, the Yellow Inkling, the Blue Octowing, and Small Fry, releasing at some point during the holiday season. Later in October, it was announced that the amiibo would be releasing on the 11th of November, the day the Splatoon X Pokemon Splatfest would begin. I ordered them the day they released for $15 each, and they arrived a few days afterwards. They're cute little figurines. The Inkling has a yellow braided tentacles, a slightly torn shirt, and a bow. The Octowing has blue tentacles, also with a slightly torn shirt and a big-looking weapon. Small Fry is sleeping in the air with a salmon egg and a torky-looking face. It's just so cute. I mean, come on, just look at that and tell me that's not cute. When you scan them, they will grant you outfits that you cannot buy in-game. The outfits are neat, and since the amiibo will likely not go out of stock, you should have a pretty good chance of getting the amiibo and their outfits. In-game, you can also scan your amiibo to save your outfits and weapons to your amiibo, and scan out whenever you would like to equip said outfits and gear. It's a neat little feature, but nothing to write home about. And if you don't want to take them out of their box, or you just don't have them readily available, it's more of a hassle than anything. Also in October, on the 20th, the Splatoon X Pokemon keychain set was announced. They didn't give any specific time or range for its release date, but one would assume that the set would be releasing sometime around the Splatoon X Pokemon Splatfest. When it was finally made available, I was in class, so I didn't know. By the time I got to it, it was already sold out. Darn. Some people got a hold of tons of the sets and started selling just one of the keychains for up to $40. For $40? For keychains? I, luckily, was browsing the Nintendo store on the 18th of November and saw it was in stock. I then bought 2 sets just so I could have one still in its packaging, sealed and safe. These keychains are nothing special, just made of plastic, though there are parts of the plastic where I thought would have gaps to give it a unique shape, but no, it doesn't. The plastic isn't all that great either, but it's still cute nonetheless. I'm just still trying to figure out why it was worth $8 each for shipping and taxes. After the Splatoon X Pokemon Splatfest, Nintendo announced the chill season for Splatoon 3. New maps, a new mode, new weapons, new items and features for lockers, and new cards for table turf battles. Over time, they revealed more and more of the weapons that would be added to the game via social media. On the 15th, they revealed the Splattershot Nova, as well as a new map, Brinewater Springs. On the 16th, they revealed the Big Swing Roller, and a map that would be returning, Fonder Heights. On the 17th, they revealed the Sniper Rider at 5H and a new mode, X Battles. On the 18th, they revealed a new stage for Solomon Run, Marooner's Bay. A few days later, on the 21st, they revealed the limited edition Golden Aerospray MG set and the Slosher Deco. On the 22nd, they revealed the Inkbrush Nuveu and the Dapple Doolies Nuveu. On the 24th, they revealed the Forged Splattershot Pro and that there would be new decorations and stickers for lockers, and the fact that you could fold certain t-shirts. On the 25th, they revealed the Luna Blaster Neo and the Zinc Mini Splatling. 3 days later, on the 28th, they revealed the Carbon Roller Deco, the Custom Splattershot Jr., a new card for table turf battles, and the ability to see the title of a song being played during a match and the artist's name. After that, there was only one more weapon revealed on the 30th, the Tentatech Splattershot. They announced the version 2.0 update on the 28th. They even released the Chill Season update a day early on the 30th. However, the biggest announcement by far was the dates for the Big Run. On the 29th, they announced the Big Run, and that would be running from the 9th of December at 4 p.m. to the 11th of December at 4 p.m. They announced you would get special prizes for participating, and the strongest performers would be getting an extra special prize. Before Big Run, however, was the first event of the Splatsville Showdown. The event ran from the 2nd of December to the 3rd from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. I didn't join it as I was busy. I do, however, plan to join the second event, which is planned to run from the 13th of January to the 14th of January. Both events offer rewards for certain items, and the best gets a trip to Boston. While all this was happening, I was, of course, competing in Turf Wars. I lost a lot of matches, sometimes getting lucky here and there. I, however, only have a couple of memorable moments. I had a match where almost everyone was booted out due to the infamous connection error pop-up. It was just me and one other person, a 1v1. At first, I was confused and ran around a bit, but then I spotted a bunch of his base and somehow I managed to win. The second moment was when our team was losing and we had 1 minute left. I somehow managed to sneak past the opposing teammates and spot a bunch of their own base while using my special every so often. Oddly enough, my teammates dying and never managing to spot the opposing teammates helped me, as I never had any problems with having to fight. In the end, my team won. One thing I never mentioned was that not only did I beat Splatoon 3's story mode and every level in exactly 1 month on Splatoon 3's 1 month anniversary, but I also beat every level in Splatoon 3's story mode with every weapon it presented on Splatoon 3's 2 month anniversary. The first 3 sites were easy, no sweat there. However, the last 3 sites, while not all the levels were hard, some took me a long time to beat, and for me, were insanely hard. Those Aren't Birds, level 6, was the hardest in my opinion. I had to use one more weapon, and it was a charger. I was never good with chargers, and this was no exception. I kept missing and shooting too late or too early. I even made it to the end a few times, but failed. The first time I made it to the end, the last box hit the fence and fell. After some time, my mom put on classical music, saying that scientists have said that classical music can make you relax more and think better. After that, not only did I complete the level, which still took me some time, but every level after that wasn't too hard either, even the zipline levels. However, there was one thing that has plagued Splatoon 3 from the very beginning of its era: the connection error pop-up. Now, some of the time, it's just that your internet is bad. I would excuse that if it weren't for the fact that it literally happens to everyone all the freaking time. Everyone has complained about the connection error pop-up and even complained to Nintendo to fix their servers. Luckily, Nintendo saw this and fixed it right away. No, Nintendo has done nothing. In conclusion, I think Nintendo's taking the game in the right direction. They've announced a bunch of new weapons to spice up the game. They've announced a new mode to bring back some old classic maps while still adding some new fresh ones. And all in all, I think they're going in the right direction. So, what do I think I'll see in the future? I don't know, I guess more big runs, more Splatfests and all that. But they say there's a bunch of new DLCs coming out that they have planned to come out at least. What will it be? No clue, but I'm excited to see them. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. Happy New Year's Eve, the day that people reflect on what has happened in the past year and what they think will happen next year. A lot of people also take time to think about what they want to work on, or even just outright get rid of. Well, this is generally called New Year's resolutions, and I thought I'd like to work on that. So, here's my list of New Year's resolutions for 2023. One thing I'd like to stop is fake cussing. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, saying fudge instead of the F word, or saying B word instead of the B word. It's not generally a bad thing, but it does denote the actual cuss word, so I'd like to try to stop that if I can. Next thing I'd like to work on is hand washing. I wash my hands too much, mostly because I'm afraid of germs, but I wash them so much to the point where they start to dry out and crack and bleed. No, that also means I cannot use hand sanitizer or sanitization wipes, because whenever I use them, they hurt. Oh, that burns. Oh, shit, that burns. Oh, shit. Now, the next thing I'd like to work on is hydration. I don't drink that much water because, in my opinion, it just tastes awful. So, I wonder, since we all have pores, which are holes in our body, if that still counts as hydration. Last thing I'd like to work on is confidence, especially when making these videos. You put me in a stadium full of people, I am gonna cry. So, what better way to work on my confidence than speaking to myself in a mirror, or in this case, a camera, as I'm doing now. Hi! I've come up with a contest of sorts. We're gonna see who stops their bad habits first. I gotta try to stop fake cussing, and she's gotta stop a few bad habits of her own. Fudge off!
You have to fake cussing.
Dang it! Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. I'm here to talk about the 4th month of Splatoon 3's tenure, and my thoughts and feelings about it. I plan to talk about each month of Splatoon 3's era, though that could change depending on whether there's things worth talking about or not. First off, the first Big Run happened on the 9th of December. Big Run is an event that will happen every so often, the event being solenoids invading certain areas of Splatsville, and you must splat and push them back. I veered off my usual schedule, play for 1 hour, take a break for 1 hour, or sometimes even play for an hour and a half, take a break for an hour and a half. You get the idea, I hope. I couldn't follow my usual schedule because I was recording all of my sessions, as I call them, with my iPad, which only has a little storage. Throughout each shift during Big Run, you would be given different weapons, which sometimes force you to change your strategy, which is a cool idea to introduce players to different playstyles. A weapon could also, however, be the perfect weapon for certain situations. One time during a shift, our team had to fend off the fireflies. Whenever they followed me, all I did was swim up the wall and back down while using the Gribriel blaster, which was fast. I had a lot of good matches, with some being good and some our team just barely stayed alive while meeting the quota. I also had a lot of failed shifts, sometimes failing the first wave, or doing good and failing the next wave, or even the last wave. I had shifts where the team would do good the first and even second wave, but then just barely fail the last one or two. In the end, my Solomon high score was 99, to which I was awarded a bronze trophy. I have, of course, been participating in matches, but this time ranked matches as well. It went as usual, though I have got the C+ rank. That's still a pretty low rank, but it's better than my math grade. The first ranked matches I played that was during this month of the era was Clan Blitz mode. I was really confused at first, mainly trying to just splat the enemies. After the first match or two, I discovered the game had guides for each mode. I read the guide for Clan Blitz mode, and participated in the next match just as confused as before. The mode I like the most, mostly because I find it the easiest to understand, is the tower control mode. Easy to understand, splat enemies, control the tower, right to the end. Unless, of course,
Ow!
times run out.
They wiped
Then the
out our
winning team is
entire
whoever got the
freaking
tower the
team.
farthest into the opposing team's territory. My rank is still pretty low, and I'm still not that great at the game, but I think I've improved since I first started playing, and I'm happy with that. With the Splatsville Showdown round 2 inching closer, I decided to try and find a team. After some time, I managed to find someone looking for teammates, and I was invited to join his team. He even told me that he didn't care if I sucked. If I had fun, that's all that mattered. I also decided to try out a few different weapons, like a umbrella, a blaster, a couple of splatlings, a couple of rollers. I kept my ink brush, but I am thinking about using the weapons I tried in battle sometime. The tournament was announced for the 30th of December, and I never found a team. I thought the team that I was in was participating in that contest. Turns out the team wasn't. Oops. I know I could have gone and found a team, but I decided not to because I want to get to know my teammates a little, not just butt in at the last moment. The Squid Research Lab announced that the next Splatfest would be held from the 6th of January at 6 p.m. to the 8th of January at 6 p.m. The teams were revealed to be Taste Sensations, Spicy, Sweet, and Sour. I immediately knew which team I would choose as I don't eat spicy food often. I don't really like sour stuff, but I cannot keep chocolate sweets in the house for more than a day or two. The Splatfest finally started at 6 p.m. on the 6th. I started matchmaking. How is no one participating in matches during a Splatfest for 30 minutes? I finally got to participate in some matches, and I guess we like to bicker amongst each other because tons of the matches were Team Sweet against Team Sweet. Anyways, I was winning a decent amount. I even got a triple splat. I started to play with someone I met on Discord after a while on the same night, and we played till really late at night. The next day came by and... What happened? Yeah, I went from decent to bad somehow. The halfway point results came, and Team Sweet was ahead by about 3%. The tricolor battles were available afterwards, and I started to participate in those. Again, we like to bicker amongst each other apparently. I didn't win or lose a majority of the tricolor battles, but I still had a few matches that I was quite proud of. I even got a triple splat moment. I played with my Discord acquaintance on some tricolor battles and we won a good view before switching to normal matches. We played for a while and I think we did pretty good. Well, Team Sweet's officially won the Splatfest, meaning that according to Splatfest law, Sweet is obviously the best sensation. So think again when you think that spicy or sour is the best sensation. Sweet is the best. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. I'm here to talk about the 5th month of Splatoon 3's era and my thoughts and feelings about it. Throughout the last month, I've learned a few skills that will hopefully help me in the future. Also, my original plan was to talk about each month of Splatoon 3's era, which I have been doing. However, I decided it would be repetitive, so I decided that after my Splatoon 3 6 months in video, I would change it to every half a year. Splatoon 3's Taste Sensation Splatfest ran from the 6th of January to the 8th of January. Besides that was the tournament held by Nintendo, which I didn't participate in. I took advantage of this extra time and got some serious hours of playing with my friend. I was hoping all the extra practice would help me get better at playing turf wars, ranked battles, and private battles alike. I was glad most of the time, but I practiced some new skills and in the end I still had fun. I also found that I kind of like rollers when participating in private matches with my friend. I tried different weapons, even using guns, and found that I still don't like guns. I haven't really gotten much better at solving them, most just ending in my team either being wiped out or not being the quota just round 1 or 2. I've not participated in many turf battles either, but they are still fun when I do occasionally participate in them. The Squid Research Lab announced the next Splatfest on the 26th of January via Twitter, the theme being, what's the best flavor of chocolate? Milk chocolate, dark chocolate, or that's not real chocolate. Technically, it's made from cocoa butter, which comes from a cocoa bean, so I guess it's up to the person, but I don't really see it as real chocolate. The Squid Research Lab revealed that the event would run from the 10th of February at 6 p.m. to the 12th of February at 6 p.m. They also said that the Splatfest sneak peek would start on the 3rd of February, which I decided I would participate in for conch shells to try to give our team the best head start possible. Now, since the dark versus milk versus white chocolate Splatfest won't be happening until the 10th, I won't be talking about it until my 6 months in video. The 3rd of February finally arrived. It was time to win as many matches as possible during the Splatfest sneak peek. In the beginning, I, along with my friend, didn't win too many matches. I played by myself on the 2nd and 3rd day, winning most of the matches on the 2nd, but lost many matches on the 3rd. On the 4th, I played with my friend again, winning the majority of the matches. Throughout the Splatfest sneak peek, I've been honing my skills and trying a couple of different weapons, winning matches for conch shells to give my team a decent head start in the Splatfest. I have learned a few things, like strategies of what weapons are good for certain situations and how to work with your team. Playing with my friend in private battles has taught me that each player has a set of skills that contribute to the team, and that's good to have a team with players that have different weapons and skill sets. I focus on a few different weapons, mostly my main weapon, the ink brush, and the roller. I plan in the future to focus more on the roller. If anyone has any suggestions on which weapon I should use, feel free to leave a suggestion, but for now, I'll focus on the roller. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. We are officially half year into Splatoon 3's era, and a lot has happened this last month. A couple of events happened, the dark versus milk versus white chocolate Splatfest, and the second big run. The fresh season also started, with new weapons, clothes, and maps releasing alongside it. This will be the last time I talk about Splatoon 3 until the 9th of September 2023. The dark versus milk versus white chocolate Splatfest began on the 10th of February, running from then to the 12th of February. Soon after, on the 20th of February, the second big run was announced by the Squid Research Lab. This event was highly anticipated. The last time this event occurred was back in December of 2022. We had from the 3rd to the 5th of March, 3 days of battle it out with the Salmonoids. The dark versus milk versus white chocolate Splatfest began on the 10th of February and lasted until the 13th. I played with my friend a few times, but went solo other times. I worked on my roller skills, learning what I think I should do and what might not be the best thing to do with the weapon I have. I also tried to charger, though only for one round. Me and whoever my teammates were won a good amount for 4 matches. When the tricolor battles were opened up, we didn't win as many. I think we lost the majority of the tricolor matches. The Splatfest ended at 6 p.m. CST on the 13th. The results were announced a couple hours later, with Team White Chocolate winning by a landslide. Before the second big run began, a Nintendo Direct went live. The Nintendo Direct revealed the future DLCs for Splatoon 3, arriving in 2 different waves, Wave 1 and Wave 2. Wave 1 is the Inkopolis Plaza DLC. Buying and downloading it allows you to travel to Splatoon 1's hub world, Inkopolis Plaza. There's a short clip for the Wave 2 DLC with a few pictures. Not much more was revealed other than the name, Side Order. I was really excited for the DLC, but I thought if they were going to be sold separately, I'd feel a bit ripped off if the Wave 1 DLC was $20 or more. Thankfully, it wasn't. The new season, the Fresh Season 2023, was announced by the Squid Research Lab on the 16th of February. It would come with a whole new slew of weapons, clothes, stages, and the ability to play with others in table turf battles. The season arrived on the 28th of February. Afterwards, the second big run began, running from the 3rd of March to the 5th of March. Seasons led up to this big run, one announcing a new king, the Ouroboros. When the big run began, I played with my friend. We won many matches, getting our egg count, which is how the high scores are calculated, to 83. We encountered the new king a few times, but lost each time. We did, however, learn that throwing the golden eggs at the green bomb and shooting it at it enough can cause it to explode, dealing lots of damage.
After the first day, I played alone. I won many matches, also encountering the new team. One time, me and my team almost managed to beat it, but our team was wiped out during the last 15 or so seconds. Each weapon I was given, I had to switch gears in my head. If I get a sniper charger, then I should stay away and up high. If I have a roller, I should work on rolling over enemies, sometimes one-hitting bosses. Around 12:58 a.m. on the third day, me and my teammates encountered the new team. After perfecting my moves and carefully healing my teammates where I could, we managed to beat the new team. I was so excited and I was pretty much content with the big run. I never got my score any higher and didn't even get the bronze trophy, but all participants were given a neat little green trophy. Throughout the last month, I worked on my roller skills as well as my skills with the gun. I learned that it's hard to hit people with roller since it takes a moment to charge back up. Even when I charge back up, if I miss, I'm basically a sitting duck. A gun, on the other hand, you can continuously shoot. You don't have to recharge besides having to reload your aim from time to time. I've learned that a sniper charger can be good for people with less shaky hands and patience. It also helps to have an idea of the opposing player's move, like chess, so you know where to preemptively shoot. When I'm using a gun, I try to not over-aim. If I aim too far to the side because I move my cursor too quickly, I'm a sitting duck again until I properly aim at the opposing player. These are just some things I've picked up in the last month or two. The last month of this era was pretty packed. We had the Dark vs. Milk vs. White Chocolate Splatfest, new DLCs announced, a new season, and the second big run. The one thing I haven't talked about though is the table turf battles. I'm not talking about it because I haven't played that many matches yet. I want to understand how the game works and improve my skills a bit before talking about it. So if you have any tips, please feel free to let me know. Anyway, I'll be talking about this game again on the 9th of September 2023. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. Happy Marie Day 2023, the day that we celebrate the very existence of Marie Cuttlefish. It takes a lot to be her. You gotta be a grumpy, laid-back inkling. You gotta deal with your annoying, excitable cousin. You gotta be able to make punny jokes on the fly while your agent's out on the battlefield. Marie Cuttlefish first appeared in Splatoon 1 and has appeared in every Splatoon game afterwards. She's always been sort of a laid-back and kind of grumpy inkling, but she still loves and caters towards people who are less grumpy and more energetic in nature, like her cousin Callie. Even though she's a laid-back and pretty grumpy inkling, she still loves and cares for people like her grandfather, or Gramps, and her cousin, or squid sister, Callie. She even cares for her agents. So, let's take this day, the 13th of March, to celebrate Marie Cuttlefish's existence. Sorry, Callie, you don't get a day. There's no day or month or anything that corresponds with your name, so it's okay. Marie's the better Cuttlefish anyway. Happy Marie Day 2023! Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. Happy Autism Awareness Day 2023, the day we all spread awareness of autism, accept them for who they are, and not treat them badly, as they are still human. Being autistic myself, I have struggled throughout my life. I didn't speak till I was 6 and 7 years old. I used sign language to communicate, which I've forgotten now. I've had other struggles, like social skills. I've said some things that could be offending to some people, and understanding social skills is still something I struggle with. One besides my hypersensitivity. Sure, it can be difficult to live with, like with noises and smells, but I can see colors brighter. One thing I've developed alongside my mom is a dark sense of humor, which has helped me throughout my life. I also have a natural talent of accidentally offending people. Oops. Anyway, I'm gonna celebrate this year's Autism Awareness Day by eating some cake. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. Happy Callie Day 2023. I totally knew there was a day for it and never said otherwise. Sorry, Callie, you don't get a day. There's no day or month or anything that corresponds with your name, so it's okay. Marie's the... I don't remember saying that. Callie is the more energetic and excitable and possibly more gullible of the Squid sisters compared to her cousin Marie, who is more laid back and sarcastic.
Personally, I like them both. They have good chemistry. However, if I were to choose who I'd like better, like the final Splatfest in Splatoon 1, it would probably be Callie. Callie may be more gullible than her cousin Marie, and she may have been kidnapped before, but the Squid Beak Splatoon always stopped DJ Octavio. They actually put him in this snow globe here. Oh, great. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. The Nintendo Direct for 2023 aired last month on the 8th. I wanted to talk about the Nintendo Direct, even though it's been over a month since it aired. Just a quick warning though, these are my opinions. I don't speak for everyone else. So, here are my thoughts and opinions of the Nintendo Direct for 2023.
A teaser for Pikmin 4 was shown, and I was pretty excited. I like the Pikmin series. I've played Pikmin 1 and 2, though I never completed either of them. I hope Pikmin 4 has plenty of exploration in many different environments, like caves, there's plenty of water for a challenge, etc. Seeing new abilities like freezing water with the new ice Pikmin is pretty neat, and I'd like to see more new abilities. New creatures like the dog-looking creature makes me wonder what other creatures they will add, and if they design their mechanics right, it could be an adventurous and challenging game. Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe was revealed. It seems neat, though it's actually a re-release of the Wii game of the same name. They announced that they were adding a separate mode with the main character being Magolor. The game also has revamped and new mini-games. I've only played one Kirby game, Kirby's Epic Yarn, which I actually beat. I enjoyed the game, and I personally enjoyed the yarn mechanics, so I hope if I do play this game that I would actually enjoy it. A teaser trailer for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom was shown. Not much was shown, but they did reveal some things. You'll be able to ride vehicles like this one that looks like a dune buggy. It seems like there's going to be new powers and ways of travel. They showed off some of the bosses. The bosses look cool and ancient looking, but they seem kind of blocky and generic. It looks like they just smashed a bunch of old blocks together to create bosses. Who knows, maybe there's more than meets the eye. Game Boy and Game Boy Advance games were announced for Nintendo Switch Online. I was pretty stoked to see this as I've wanted to play Game Boy games. As much as I am excited for this, it kind of feels like they're adding this to warrant the high price points for both subscription deals for Nintendo Switch Online. You get the Game Boy games through the standard subscription, but you can only get the Game Boy Advance games through the higher price subscription. You have the ability to change the screen to either look like the old Game Boy screen or a more modern screen. Overall, it's pretty neat to see this, but like I said, it feels like they're adding this to warrant the high price points for both subscriptions. There weren't that many smaller non-Nintendo developed games that intrigued me. However, one did catch my eye, Master Detective Archives Raincode. Its graphics and character design seem cute, and the mechanics sound interesting. Having multiple detectives with different abilities could be a good mechanic if done right. I don't know how they'll do it, but I'm thoroughly intrigued. So that's why the carpet stained red.
Well, that's all I really want to talk about. There are plenty of other games, but I wasn't interested in most of them, especially the RPGs. I don't really like RPGs. I was hoping for a new 2D Mario game since we haven't had a new 2D Mario game in 10 years. Even though I'd like a new 2D Mario game, I don't want a repeat of the games from the new Super Mario Bros. Series. Every game after New Super Mario Bros. Wii just felt less original. If you have any thoughts or opinions of the Nintendo Direct, please feel free to let me know in the comments below. The comment section is wide open. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. There are many subscriptions out there, from how many devices can be on a service at once to deals on products. Nintendo Switch Online is one of them, granting access to online play and the ability to play retro games from old consoles. Now, needing to pay for access to online play isn't new. Microsoft does the same thing with the Xbox. The ability to play retro games from decades past is really cool, but I have some nitpicks about it. Access to online play was free on the Nintendo Switch, and then Nintendo decided they didn't like seeing people happy. So, on the 18th of September 2018, they launched Nintendo Switch Online. You had to pay for access to online play, but it also added retro games collections. I don't like the fact that you have to pay for access to online play, but if it's worth the price, I'd budge. However, not only do you have to pay for access to online play, but the servers are garbage. You could have decent internet but still get kicked out of online play.
I've had this happen on multiple occasions, mainly in Mario Party Superstars, Splatoon 3, and even on the Nintendo 64 and Super Nintendo Entertainment System retro games collections that you get with Nintendo Switch Online. Even worse, Splatoon 3 counts the matches you get disconnected from as losses. To me, this makes the subscription not worth paying for, but if you want access to online play, oh well, pay up! Nintendo Switch Online does offer something else though. Perhaps there's a chance for it to redeem itself. It offers the ability to play retro games from the Nintendo Entertainment System, Super Nintendo Entertainment System, Nintendo 64, Sega Genesis, Game Boy, and Game Boy Advance. Now, this is a really cool idea in my opinion. It allows people who played these games back in the day to play them again and relive their old memories. It also allows people who've never played those games, kids, teens, young adults, and even older people to play those games for the first time. However, as much as this is a really cool idea, at some point they will run out of retro games to offer. Microsoft does this differently with the Xbox. Microsoft offers the subscription Xbox Game Pass, and it grants the ability to play random games, both old and new, while interchanging the selection of games for you to play. This allows people to have both new and old experiences, whilst giving them new options. I feel Microsoft did it better, if not best. There are a couple other neat features, one of them being saving your data to the cloud. So, if anything happens to your system, if you upload your data to the cloud beforehand, you can just get a new Nintendo Switch and import that data.
I'm just playing on my Nintendo Switch. No, it broke! Oh no!
Another is a mobile app, Nintendo Switch Online. The app has some neat features like data on certain games, such as Animal Crossing New Horizons and Splatoon 2 and Splatoon 3. It also allows voice chat. Voice chat is a neat feature, but most people have Skype or Discord, and that is just as easy to use. I think Nintendo has a good idea with Nintendo Switch Online, and part of it works well for what it is.
The normal Game Boy is missing Kirby's Pinball Land and Kirby's Star Stacker. We need it.
However, I think that while having retro games to play, they should offer newer games to play for a limited time or something. This would allow both old and new experiences, and maybe people would buy the newer games if they found something they like, sort of like Microsoft's Xbox Game Pass or GameFly. Hey, you know what? This new Zelda game, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, is pretty fun. Maybe I should get the collector's edition. Never mind. I think they should also fix their servers. That would at least warrant the existence of paying for access to online play. Being kicked out of games randomly is frustrating, and sometimes it's a pain to get back on. It really sucks when Splatoon 3 counts the matches that I got disconnected from as losses.
It's all your fault. We lost a match, man. I was doing so well.
It wasn't my fault, it was Nintendo's server's fault. Some other things I'd like to see are stuff like magazines and coupons. Nintendo could offer digital magazines alongside physical magazines. I'd love to see developers talk about their games in magazines, or tips for gamers. Even just seeing information, background, and secrets in games would be so cool to me, and Nintendo used to have Nintendo Power magazines. It'd be cool to see it come back as part of Nintendo Switch Online, like GameStop's Game Informer magazines that are part of the Pro membership. Coupons would be nice, especially since Nintendo rarely discounts their products outside of holidays. Overall, I think Nintendo Switch Online is a neat idea, but only partially works. Having retro games available to play is really cool, and will allow old and new players to experience or re-experience those retro games. As I said though, I think they should add newer games to play with the old retro games, available for a limited time or something. The whole access to online play locked behind a paywall idea is stupid to me, but at the very least, they should fix their servers. Well, many people are going to buy Nintendo junk. Even if Nintendo just releases a piece of plastic with a picture of a game character on it, we're all gonna buy it, especially die-hard fans like me. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. Do you have a tendency to beat games a day or a few days after purchasing it? Or maybe you just want to play games but don't own any? Or maybe you're a safe person and just want to try a game or two before purchasing it? Well, I have the service for you. GameFly, a video game rental service, which honestly I don't hear about all that much anymore. GameFly started out as a video game rental service, founded on the 15th of April 2002 by Sean Spector, Jung Suh, and Toby Link. GameFly has a few different deals ranging from $8.95 to $29.95. The most basic deal allows you to be able to rent one game a month, but no extra features. Other deals, however, offer features such as $5 reward coupons, Game Lock, the ability to rent new releases, and if you pay more, you can rent 2 games a month. The best one, the Elite deal, allows you to be able to rent 2 games a month and has all the features for $29.95. Though, with each deal, the first 3 months are cheaper. One of my siblings had a tendency to beat games within the same day, or a few days, so my mom would buy a subscription on GameFly and rent out games from time to time. I would enter the picture later, and we were still subscribed to GameFly years later. We rented out games every so often, like Mario Kart 8. You could rent them out for a few days, and if you end up liking the game and want to beat it, you could buy the game fully. This is great for people who beat games within the same day or a few days. However, around 2015, we would stop using GameFly. It happened because my grandfather sent us gift cards, and we used some of the money to buy games off of GameFly, one of them being Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. When we received the games, all the discs were scratched, and one didn't even arrive. My sibling called up GameFly's customer support and got them sent back. When they sent new discs, they didn't work either. So, we sent them back again, and when we got them back, they were working fine. No, they still didn't work. Sometime after, my sibling moved out, and since it was in his name, we stopped using the service. I have some pretty fond memories of GameFly. Being able to try games out so you don't end up wasting money on a game you don't like was cool. Though, it's not ideal if you just rent one game out every other month or so. You'd end up paying for a full game by then with how much you pay for the subscription. Anyway, I hear they're still around, so maybe I should rent a game from them.
Hello, this is GameFly. My name's Brett. How may I help you?
Third time is not the charm. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. Animal Crossing is my favorite video game of series of all time. Animal Crossing New Leaf is actually my favorite video game of all time, just ahead of Splatoon 3. So, I want to take a look back at the game that started it all, Animal Crossing, or Animal Crossing GameCube, though it was known as Animal Crossing Forest in Japan on the N64. Animal Crossing is the game that introduces the whole anthropomorphic animals are your neighbors instead of humans. Not weird at all. You start off the game riding a train. A blue and white cat named Rover walks over to you and asks if he can sit with you. Don't bother saying no. He will sit across from you regardless. I said no. He will ask you a few questions, your name and where you're headed. When you tell him your name, he will talk about your gender being male or female, which you can correct if he's wrong.
That's a pretty cute name for a pretty cute girl like you.
Do I look like a girl to you? He will ask where you're going, to which you will be prompted to type in a town name. Be careful, whatever you type in will be final. He asks why you're headed to that town. No matter what you say, he will realize that you're moving. He asks if you have a place to stay. No matter what you say, he will state that you need a place to live. I thought this box would suffice. He goes to call a good buddy of his in town and hooks you up. He will talk to you a bit more before the train arrives in town, and you get off. Once you depart the train, you'll meet Tom Nook, the guy Rover called, who is also the store owner in town. He brings you to a set of 4 houses and tells you to pick any house. Once you pick the house you want, you made your first mistake moving in. You're now in debt. After you question your life choices, like why you didn't bring much money with you, he'll come up with an idea. You can work a part-time job at his store. He will give you a few tasks as an employee. His first task, plant foliage around his store to make it more lively. He will then give you items to deliver to other villagers. You will also deliver mail to villagers, thanking them for their continued support of the store. You will also write an advertisement for his store at the bulletin board. After all those tasks are complete, he will state that he has no more tasks for you, and that you will have to make money other ways to pay off your mortgage. Well, at least he doesn't cut off the rent when you don't pay any bills. Wait, there are no power lines in this town, at least as far as I've seen. How are we able to turn on the lights, watch TV, or turn on the stove? The tasks he gives you feels like a tutorial to me. It teaches you how to write and send letters, write on the bulletin board, and plant foliage. You will also deliver items to other villagers, which kind of prepares you for other villagers' tasks. Villagers will often want you to deliver an item, or pick up an item that they let another villager borrow. Sometimes picking up the items that they let another villager borrow can be a funny task, because the villager that borrowed it will tell you that they gave it to another villager, or that they saw another villager walk out of their house with it. Sometimes straight up just taking the item. I had this scenario happen a lot, leading me on some sort of adventure. Got your Game Boy back. Had to run across the entire town and talk to every single villager to get it back. You're welcome! From there, you are free to do anything. You can build friendships with villagers, do tasks for them, go fishing, dig holes for fossils, and catch stuff with your net. Of course, you can be a jerk and be mean to other villagers if you so wanted to. The villagers are the main point of the game. It wouldn't be Animal Crossing without animals. Now, there are many different types of animals. The species being alligators, anteaters, bears, birds, bulls, cats, chickens, cows, cubs, dogs, ducks, eagles, elephants, frogs, goats, gorillas, hippos, horses, kangaroos, koalas, lions, mouses, octopus, ostriches, penguins, pigs, rabbits, rhinos, sheep, squirrels, tigers, and wolves. There are also personalities, the personalities being jock, cranky, lazy, snooty, normal, and peppy. The jocks are the sporty types and like to work out. The cranky are basically grumpy. The lazy are just relaxed, basically what you think lazy is. The snooty, also called snobby, act kind of high and mighty that they are better than others. The normal are just kind. The peppy, also called perky or bubbly, are energetic and excitable. You can befriend them and even help them with tasks such as delivering an item or helping them get an item back. You have to wait for nooks crannies to have specific tools up for purchase, a fishing rod, a net, and a shovel. Once you have those tools, you can fish, catch bugs and other insects, and dig stuff up. Certain fish and bugs only appear at certain times, at day and at night. Some also only appear during rain or snow. So, looking for fish and bugs at night while it's snowing will reveal certain fish and bugs that never appear at any other time. The fish and bugs can be donated to the museum. If the museum already has a specific bug or fish, you can give it to another villager or sell it. Fossils, however, have to be sent to the faraway museum to be studied, and will be sent back to you so you can donate to the museum. As with the fish and bugs, you can also give fossils to other villagers or sell them. You can also buy paintings from a crooked seller named Red. I won't show too much footage as I have not yet encountered him outside of the letters I received from him. He will show up randomly throughout the year. You will receive a letter in your mailbox from Red, stating when he'll be in town, and what times he'll be open and closed. On the day he arrives, you can ask Copper where he is, and he'll tell you which acre he's in. He will sell 3 things, all of which from what I know are authentic. The paintings you can buy can be donated to the museum. A big thing about Animal Crossing is the ability to furnish your house. You can furnish your house with basically anything, like furniture, bugs, insects, fish, decorations, clothes, even random stuff like paper or shells. Many people do crazy things with their houses. I filled my house with all these receipts. I personally like to furnish my house to look like a real home, with a bedroom, kitchen, laundry room, dining room, even a gaming room. Speaking of a gaming room, Animal Crossing has NES games, like the Donkey Kong arcade game. I have one of them. It's a neat little item to have in your house, too. Every once in a while, there will be events, like holidays or tourneys. Each holiday, an event will happen, like New Year's Day, which has all the villagers celebrating the countdown to midnight. Fishing and bug tourneys will happen from time to time. The goal is simple: have the biggest fish or bug, and you get a trophy. There are 3 different trophies: the bronze, silver, and gold trophy for 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place. I usually forget about them and miss them each time. Animal Crossing is a good game for any time of day. Whether you're a person who plays at night or a person that plays during the day, there are still many activities to do. Now, sure, you can't go shopping or, participate in events, but there's still plenty of things to do, like fishing, bug catching, checking fossils, donating to the museum, talking to villagers, doing tasks. And if you have the Game Boy Advance, I've never actually had a Game Boy Advance, but if you do, you can actually visit a little island, which will be very cool. But other than that, that's Animal Crossing for you. But I have just one thing to say. Joke's on you, Rover. I'm not actually moving. I'm visiting. This is my actual new setup. Got a little picture, a big screen TV. Everything's all set up nice. Gulliver washed up on the shore again. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. The 21st of June 2023 Nintendo Direct aired not so long ago. Honestly, it snuck up on me. I was busy with other things. Anyways, I wanted to talk about the Direct. However, I want to get some things out of the way first. I won't be talking about the RPGs or the life simulation games. It's not that I think they're bad games. It's just most of them aren't really my cup of tea. Anyways, without further ado, it's time to talk about the 21st of June 2023 Nintendo Direct. The Direct started off with a DLC announcement for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I think it's neat seeing the futuristic look of everything, like a huge terrarium. Really neat stuff. I've been trying to get myself to play the game for a long time, and I'm still trying. A new Sonic game was announced, Sonic Superstars. It's another 2D side-scroller, but hey, maybe it'll change things up. Myth 4 seems like an interesting game, but I'm not sure what genre it's supposed to be. An RPG, maybe? From what I can tell, it's kind of a hack and slash game in first person. I like the occasional hack and slash, and the whole Saturday morning cartoon reminds me of old cartoons like Looney Tunes, which I still love to this day. The next Splatfest for Splatoon 3 was announced. Neapolitan ice cream will never be the same. A sequel to Detective Pikachu on the Nintendo 3DS was announced. I played the demo of Detective Pikachu on the Nintendo 3DS, and I personally thought it was a neat concept. Seeing a sequel with upgraded graphics, voice acting, and hopefully great cases and stories intrigues me. I like mystery games from time to time, so maybe I'll enjoy this. Plus, I enjoyed the movie. An RPG game that this not an RPG fan would actually play. Though I don't usually like RPG games, I really enjoyed the Mario & Luigi series, which is an RPG game series. Although I've only played Mario & Luigi Bowser's Inside Story and Mario & Luigi Dream Team. I also never beat them. I've always wanted to try Super Mario RPG, so this is my chance. A game based on just Princess Peach? She won't be a damsel in distress? She's been taking notes on Princess Peach from the Super Mario Bros. Movie. Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon gets a chance to shine on the TV. I love the game. Multiple mansions, tricky bosses. One of them I was stuck on for a while. Neat mechanics like the dark light device that uncovers hidden stuff and makes things in paintings real, and the little mini games. I never beat the game, only gained to the second to final level. I could never capture all the ghosts before the dimension collapsed upon itself. Maybe I'll finally beat the game on Nintendo Switch. Batman Arkham Trilogy. I don't really have much to say about this. Neat to see, and I sure hope it doesn't run at 2 frames per second. Just Dance 2024. Another one to add to the collection on my shelf. Why can't they just release a Just Dance game and add new songs to the game each year? That way, we wouldn't have a shelf dedicated to Just Dance games. Manic Mechanics just seems like Overcooked with a different coat of paint. However, I'm open to seeing other game developers or companies try their hands at a genre. Maybe they'll add their own twist to it. They revealed more about Pikmin 4, stuff like the dog and his abilities, who is named Ochi, the ability to explore at night, and Glow Pikmin, which only appear at night. I like the idea of being able to explore at night, and maybe the bosses are harder at night, or there are challenges that only happen at night. Ochi is really cute and has abilities like floating on water. I'd love to see little challenges involving Ochi, like water fights. The Glow Pikmin. They glow. Maybe they could act as a light in the dark. Nintendo also announced that they're re-releasing Pikmin 1 and 2. I've played but never beat Pikmin 2, but I've never played Pikmin 1, so maybe I'll buy Pikmin 1 sometime. Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1. I don't have much to say about this either, but they're still great games, so it's neat to see. Vampire Survivors reminds me of Death Road to Canada, which I did enjoy. Like I've said before, I do like the occasional hack and slash. Penny's Big Breakaway reminds me of Sonic and a bit of Mario. At first, I was quick to say it's another generic platformer, but who knows, it looks neat, though the story sounds quite silly. WarioWare Move It actually intrigues me. I love minigames, and these ones will be challenging, not only because of the short time limit, but also because of the motion controls. Plus, I've been thinking of trying a Wario game for a long time. Nintendo Live 2023 looks like such a cool event, but I can't go. I'd love to see all the cool stuff there. The scenery, games, collectibles. It'd be so cool. I think it'll be neat for any Nintendo fan. Some more Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom amiibo was announced. Zelda looks cool, but it's not on my bucket list. I may get dizzy in the future though. Maybe it rewards you with cool powers or items. If anyone knows, let me know. The direct was nearing the end, and I really enjoyed this one. However, Mario appeared on screen in 2D. I got excited, but I waited to see if it was what I thought it was going to be. It showcased new graphics, music, power-ups, even new playable characters. I wonder if Yoshi can ride Yoshi. Then, at the end, the title was revealed, and I threw my hands up and screamed not too loudly in joy. Not only have I wanted a new 2D Mario game for a long time, but I wanted it to be different. The games in the new Super Mario Bros. Series were all practically the same after New Super Mario Bros. For the Nintendo DS. Same graphics, music, bosses, power-ups, characters, with only minor differences. One of my hopes is that they bring back Star Coins, or something similar. However, I don't want them to be nearly impossible to find. And maybe they could have a use like in New Super Mario Bros. For the Nintendo DS. Maybe they could add puzzles or challenges for you to complete to get said star coins or something. Overall, I'm really excited. Well, that was the 21st of June 2023 Nintendo Direct. There are a lot of great games announced, games that I've been wanting to see for a long time. If you have any comments, feel free to comment. If there are any games that you were hoping to see in the Direct or at least hear news about, feel free to comment on that as well. Anyways, have fun playing these games in the future. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. I have a problem. I keep buying plastic junk from my Nintendo. I can't help it. Every time, if I see anything made by Nintendo,
Look at that one, it's blue. Ooh, it's green. Ooh, how much is it? How much is it? Ooh.
In 2015, Nintendo announced that they'd be shutting down or discontinuing Club Nintendo. 2016, the final year of
What's that?
this?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely nothing. It's also the year Nintendo launched the successor to Club Nintendo that they talked about all the way back in 2015, My Nintendo. It's a free rewards program, which offers rewards such as stickers, keychains, cards, shopping bags. Can I use this as my shopping bag at Walmart?
No!
Come on!
Use the plastic ones, the nice little fancy blue ones that are like this for Walmart.
Why not?
Because you need to pay Walmart for their nice fancy bags. Walmart gets mad when you don't use their bags.
True.
Oh, so now you're all stuck up now. Gotta use the fancy bags.
I love getting these neat little things. Maybe I'll get the new Pikmin 4 stickers. $8 for shipping? Can I make a deal with you?
I need money for groceries. What am I gonna do with this? It's a
What?
gold coin from the aquarium. What am I gonna buy with that? Absolutely nothing.
I thought that would trick you.
No. Try again. Or do I need to do this, or do I need to do this, son? Insert cash or select payment type. Use pin pad to complete transaction.
Cancel. What's even worse is that you have to pay for shipping 2 times if you want to buy 2 of the same item. It's free to pay, but you have to pay to be in a cup for the hospital to analyze it. A few years later, in February 2022, Nintendo launched the My Nintendo store, where you could buy games and merchandise there. Stuff like, obviously games, but merchandise like clothes, dishes, books, consoles, sometimes random collectibles like The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Lapel Pin, which is in the shape of the Broken Master Sword. Some rewards cost money, while others cost platinum and gold coins. You have to play games and complete challenges to earn these coins. You can also claim coins from a present that appears once a week. I think it's neat that you have to play games and complete challenges to earn coins. It gives me a sense of accomplishment. At the same time, though, it often feels annoying to do so. Either way, the currency system is good. Like I said, the rewards are alright. They offer many things, which I listed off earlier: stickers, keychains, cards, shopping bags, though they aren't top quality. They literally took some cheap plastic and stuck a picture on it for the keychains. I have a few rewards that I bought from My Nintendo, which are mostly Splatoon related, which I will show you when I get home. Well, I'm back home. It's time to talk about my rewards. Splatoon 3 Splatsville shopping bag. Honestly, for what it is, it's really nice. I love the design, the stickers, splotches of ink. I think the splotches of ink is better than just making the whole bag a color or two. I think it's a great item. Maybe not worth $8 for shipping, but I think it's good compared to other items. The stickers are nice. I've never opened them because I have nothing I want to put them on, but from what I've seen online as well, it's nice. Is it worth $8 for shipping? No. The Splatoon 3X Pokemon keychain set. I honestly love these. I have no idea what these mean, but I love designs and colors, and though it's definitely obvious that the plastic they use isn't quality, and the plastic film is hard to remove. I actually bought 2 sets, one for use and one for, ooh, look, pretty. After that, I always buy 2 sets of any keychain set from Nintendo. The My Nintendo 2023 desktop calendar. It's, well, a calendar. It does have neat little pictures of game characters and stuff, but other than that, it's just a regular old calendar. The My Nintendo Platinum Point and Gold Point coins pin set. They're neat and have little pictures of stuff from Nintendo's games, but other than that, there's nothing special about them. They feel super cheap as well. The neon yellow squid plush cushion. I think it's really cute. It actually looks like an inkling squid form too. Plus, my favorite color is yellow, so bonus! The Manatee Swag Sweat. It's a real life version of the Manatee Swag Sweat from Splatoon 3. It feels really nice on the skin when I wear it. I also love the design. It's literally the exact same as the in-game shirt. the Splatoon 3 Wisdom Splatfest t-shirt. I love the design, even on the back. The logos from both of the games are on the shoulders as well. I love this shirt. The Splatoon 3X The Legend of Zelda Splatfest keychain set. I love the little extra designs on the Triforces on each keychain. The color is awesome as well. Again, the plastic film is a pain to get off, but other than that, it's nice. My last item is The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Collector's Edition. When you open it, there's two boxes inside. Taking one out, you have the steel poster. It's nice, and it's not as easy to break as a regular paper poster, though this steel is probably that cheap steel that's easily bendable. Moving on, you have a pin set. The designs are nice, but the plastic feels cheap. Lastly, we have the game and the steelbook. The steelbook is nice, feels kind of cheap, but it looks cool. A nice little place to put my game cartridge. That is all the My Nintendo rewards I have. The rewards are, generally nice, but they often feel cheap. Whether it's the material they used or just the way they made the item in general, they feel cheap. Yeah, I do like the presentation though, the items themselves. Either way, people are going to buy the item, any item from Nintendo really, because it's Nintendo.
Hey guys, Kirby Scott here, back at it again. I stole his information. Let's go. Go subscribe to me, Kirby is a God. Let's go. Look at him beg. Like, no, I'm not giving it back. Loser.
Oh, it's a big old Eiffel Tower looking thing. Back in Inkopolis once again. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. It's been half a year since I've last talked about Splatoon 3, and 1 year since it was released. A lot has happened since I last talked about this game. DLC announcements and releases, 3 Splatfests, 2 extra work events, and the 3rd big run. I've also tried some different weapons and worked on little strategies and tricks for myself. I'll talk about everything in order from oldest to most recent. Perhaps the biggest thing I've done though is join the Splatoon server called Splatfest. First things first, the DLC announcements and the release of the first DLC. During the 8th of February 2023 Nintendo Direct, 2 DLCs were announced as Wave 1 and Wave 2. Wave 1 brings back Inkopolis Plaza. Everything's back, including the Squid Sisters. I was really excited for this. I did play Splatoon 1 and beat its hero mode, but that was back in August of 2022, so I never got to see them perform during Splatfest. Now, however, I can, which is awesome. Wave 1 released on the 28th of February 2023. Now, if we go over here, Wave 2 is a whole new story mode, like Octo expansion from Splatoon 2. I wonder what kind of levels will be in side order. I love the levels in Splatoon 3's hero mode. Some of the levels were action-packed, some were puzzles. I personally enjoyed brain challenges, so the puzzles were great. The zipline levels, I could do without them. So, maybe Nintendo will build upon the level designs they already made for side order. Now, there have been some theories on Wave 2's side order. Will Agent 4 come back? Who is that Octoling? Agent 8 or someone new? Is it going to be set in Inkopolis Square? Etc. Honestly, I don't have any theories or ideas, but I would love to see Agent 4 come back. We will have to wait and see, as the second wave hasn't been released yet, nor has a release date been announced. Next up, the Nessie vs. Aliens vs. Bigfoot Splatfest. The sneak peek ran from the 24th of March 2023 to the 1st of April 2023. During the sneak peek, I got a lot of defeats. It felt like I couldn't react in time, or I moved the controller too far or too slow since I have motion controls on. I got a few victories here and there, but I got way more defeats than victories. I used the Spire Shot during the sneak peek. I wasn't sure what I wanted in terms of weapons and what playstyle I liked, so I went with a balanced weapon. The Splatfest itself began on the 1st of April 2023 and ended on the 3rd of April 2023. I got a relatively even amount of victories and defeats. I also switched from the Spire Shot to the Tentatek Spire Shot. The Splatfest ended on the 3rd, with the results being announced 2 hours later.
Bigfoot second, because I think they got 12. Oh no, it's okay. Not horrible.
The first extra work event started on the 14th of April 2023 and ended on the 16th of April 2023. Each wave has the same enemy spawn patterns, tied, and the same weapon that you chose in the beginning. Speaking of weapons, you could choose between 4 weapons during the entire extra work event. I mainly use the Spire Shot, but sometimes you'd get a different weapon because someone else chose that weapon. Each player has to have a different weapon. There are also 5 waves instead of 3. Once I memorized where enemies spawn in each wave and what the tide was for each wave, I was pretty much set. You just have to develop an effective strategy that works with your weapon, allows you to not get splatted too much, get a lot of eggs, and save time. Nintendo announced there'd be rewards. There'd be rewards for participating, and rewards for the top 50%, top 20%, and top 5%, which would be calculated by the highest amount of eggs you've gotten in a shift, which is called your high score. In the end, the amount of eggs needed for the top 50%, top 20%, and top 5% were revealed to be 123 and up for the top 50%, 169 and up for top 20%, and 203 and up for the top 5%. I managed to get 128 eggs, putting me in the top 50% and earning me the bronze sticker. The Power vs. Wisdom vs. Courage Splatfest Sneak Peek ran from the 31st of April 2023 to the 6th of May 2023. I stuck with the Tentatek Splatter Shot again. I still had the problem of either moving my reticle too fast or too slow. Often I'd overestimate the range of my weapon and get splatted. However, when excluding that problem, I think I did fairly well. I think I got decent victory to defeat ratio. The Splatfest itself began on the 6th of May 2023. I tried out different weapons, like my old main weapon, the Ink Brush, and the Undercover Umbrella, eventually choosing the latter as my main weapon. I got a decent amount of victories, and I liked the little shield the Umbrella gave me. It felt like it gave me an extra second or two to aim at my target properly. The Tricolor battles were open, and what made the Splatfest's Tricolor battles so special was the map that was in the shape of a Triforce, which I thought was cool. Eventually, the Splatfest came to a close, with Team Power taking first place.
Hey guys, my team won. I can't believe it.
The Sizzle season was announced on the 16th of May 2023 and was said to launch on the 1st of June 2023. Everyone got treated with the new season a day early on the 31st of May 2023. The Sizzle season introduced new Turf War stages, Barnacle and Dime and Humpback Pump Track, a new Salmon Run stage, Jam and Salmon Junction, new weapons, the Paintbrush and S-Blast 92, new Table Turf cards, a new catalog, and challenges. The new maps have lots of highs and low places. It often feels harder to fight when you're in the lower parts of the map. The new Salmon Run stage feels very difficult when it's on high tide, as the two sections down the slopes on both sides aren't connected, but it's a nice challenge. The Paintbrush is powerful, being able to splat an opponent within a few hits, but you have to be up close. The S-Blast 92 is powerful too, being able to splat an opponent within 2 to 3 hits. I don't have much to say about the new Table Turf cards, but I think they're solid additions to the cards, and I use the Heavy Splat Link deco pretty often for when I want to go far into the stage. The third big run took place from the 9th of June 2023 to the 11th of June 2023 in Undertow Spillway. This big run felt much harder in this map. It felt more cramped, like there was less space to move. However, this made for a good challenge. It was harder to avoid the stringers, fly fish, steel eels, big shots, mauls, etc. When you did complete a shift though, it felt good. After many shifts, I managed to get my high score to 123. On the 11th of June, the results were announced. I bought a digital copy of Splatoon 3 on my mom's Nintendo Switch so we can play through the story mode together. We've made it past the crater in Site 1. She's learning how to play the game. Not everyone's a pro gamer, but she's a ton of fun to play with. It was also fun explaining the game to her. The Inklings are evolved squids, which are these guys. Octolings, which are these guys, are evolved octopuses. And you can choose between male and female.
So an evolved octopus or an evolved
Squid, yeah. Like I said, she may not be a pro gamer or whatever, but we make a lot of jokes and laugh alongside each other, especially when something bad happens or almost happens. The Vanilla vs. Strawberry vs. Mint Chip Splatfest was announced on the 21st of June, 2023, and I still can't look at Neapolitan ice cream the same. The sneak peek ran from the 7th of July 2023 to the 14th of July 2023, with the Splatfest itself running from the 14th of July 2023 to the 16th of July 2023. I used the Rapid Blaster, which, don't let the name fool you, doesn't shoot fast. I like the Rapid Blaster. It shoots slow, sure, but it does quite a bit of damage. Since I don't aim well, it feels like I make the few shots that do hit my target count. I started to really take my time this Splatfest, planning what I wanted to do, where enemies could have the advantage over me, etc. I tried to learn what players I shouldn't go up against based on what weapon they're using. I tried to follow the same strategies when the Splatfest actually started. There were plenty of times where I forgot or I decided to just run in with no plan, but I think I started to ingrain these skills and strategies into my head. On the 16th of July, the Splatfest ended, and Team Vanilla won, with Team Mint Chip taking second place. They really hate Strawberry. Oh, God. The Money vs. Fame vs. Love Splatfest was announced on the 27th of July, 2023. Honestly, I didn't really think Team Fame would win, and I was really certain that Team Money would win, because
I don't want to be friends anymore. You stopped caring about everyone for your creed, you crab.
What? The sneak peek ran from the 4th of August 2023 to the 12th of August 2023, and the Splatfest itself ran from the 12th of August 2023 to the 14th of August 2023. Again, I got victories and defeats, but I got lots of splats regardless. I sometimes managed to escape tough situations, or managed to get double or triple splats. I started to look at the map more often to see where enemies are, which has helped. It especially helped during the Splatfest itself. Other times, I got obliterated, or, even worse, players used the invincible, dumb, stupid, awful buff Kraken special. The Splatfest ended on the 14th of August, with Team Fame and Team Love in second place, and Team Money in the first place. The server that I'm in on Discord, called Splatfest, hosted a 3-year anniversary custom Splatfest, LAN play versus NSO play versus Kai play. The custom Splatfest ran from the 4th of August 2023 to the 6th of August 2023. I played through NSO play in the beginning, but during the rest of the custom Splatfest, I played through LAN play. I won some matches here and there. It was usually 1v1s, but other times we could get more players. I mainly lost, but I had a lot of fun. I even stayed up to 2 or 3 a.m. for the final matches of the custom Splatfest. You can imagine how well I did since I didn't have much sleep prior to playing. In the end, Team LAN won by a landslide. Pun intended. Throughout this last half a year, I've started to dabble more into table turf battles, mainly playing with my friend Kirby. I spend a long time on my turns, not only thinking what would be the best move, but what would be best for my future moves.
Hurry up, I'm tired. Man, you know what? What's trending on Twitter?
I've only made one other card deck, which has a relatively even amount of soft and hard-hitting cards. In terms of how well I've done, I'll let Kirby speak for me.
He is so bad. Oh my, at table turf. Like, be quicker when taking turns. You're not a snail.
Kirby has helped teach me what would be good moves, like using your first 2 turns to put your best hard-hitting cards. When I played against Baby Jelly, Kirby gave me some tips here and there, and also told me whether or not I did the best I could with each of my turns, which he put into a ranking system. I've tried a few different weapons in the last half year. The first weapon I switched to was the Splatter Shot, because it's a balanced weapon. I didn't know what weapon I would like in main, so I switched back to the Splatter Shot to have something balanced. The second weapon I switched to was the Splatter Shot Nova, because a member from the Splatfest Discord server told me it has a different special, and I like the Splatter Shot Nova special more than the Splatter Shot special. The third weapon I switched to was the Undercover Brella. I like the Undercover Brella because it has the Brella that you don't shoot out, instead keeping it attached to your gun and shooting at the same time. It felt like I had a couple of seconds to aim at my target before my shield broke. The fourth weapon I switched to was the Range Blaster. I always said I'd never use a blaster, but I tested out in the testing area and found I liked it. The reason being, I don't aim well. The Range Blaster doesn't shoot fast, but does a lot of damage. So, when I do hit my target, it does a lot of damage. The last weapon I switched to, which is the one I currently use, is the Clash Blaster. It does a bit less damage and has a way shorter range. However, it shoots fast, and oftentimes when players got close to me when I used the Range Blaster, I couldn't hit them. So, this weapon kind of solves that. The fourth big run ran from the 1st of September 2023 to the 3rd of September 2023. I will say one thing. Me and Kirby got 118 eggs. I'll let Kirby speak from here.
Once the first big run was announced, it showed a preview of an egg count, basically saying only gold required 100 eggs. But it really wasn't 100 eggs. It was more than 100 eggs. It felt rigged. And I hated Big Run ever since that day.
I'll once again let Kirby speak for the 1-year anniversary Splatfest of Splatoon 3. But before I do, I have a few things to say. 1. I spent over 7 hours playing during this Splatfest. 2. I've tried out a couple different weapons. And 3. I failed so many 100x battles, and by so many I mean 2. But after 7 hours, I managed to get one. Alright Kirby, I'm giving you the reins from here.
The most recent Splatfest being this one, Famous Shiver versus Big Forehead Fry. Yes, I have to say it. Versus Big, awesome TV man, Big Man. I don't know why, but I want Big Man's TV. And I will take it by force no matter what. Personally, I already knew who I was going to pick for my team, being Big Men. My friend on the other hand had no idea what to choose. I was scared. But he decided to agree and enjoy my team. I really love Big Men. Which I got very relieved of. I thought we were going to be on separate teams for the very first time. I don't know why, but I just like Team Big Man. I got shown love since I chose him from the very beginning Splatfest that I played, being Team Gear, Grub, and Fun.
Well, that's all that's happened from the 9th of March 2023 to the 9th of September 2023. I've enjoyed and I'm still enjoying the game so far. Now, the 9th of March 2024 marks the 1.5 year anniversary of Splatoon 3 releasing, so that's when I'll be talking about the game next time. If I had to choose what future Splatoon 3 stuff I'm most excited for, it would probably be Wave 2's Side Door DLC. Feel free to let me know what you're most excited for. I also take my hat off to a bit of fond retirement, or whatever you want to call it, to Mushi, who is stepping down as owner of the Splatfest server. And I bid a fond welcome to the new owner of the server, whoever that may be. And for you, I tip my hat. Before I go, let's check on how Kirby is doing in After Alterna.
Man, I hate Alabama. The stupid inkjet.
Oh, it's a big old Eiffel Tower looking thing. Back in Inkopolis once again. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. As you all saw about a couple weeks ago, Kirby uploaded a video to the main channel stating that he quote-unquote stole my channel. But recently I got it back, and so now I'm going to be adding some security measures to make sure it never gets hacked again. First things first, the two-step verification. I've personally never used this in my entire life, so this is going to be completely new to me. So, security made easy. In addition to your password, two-step verification adds a quick second step to verify that it's you. Use two-step verification for all of your online accounts. Two-step verification is a proven way to prevent widespread cyber attacks. Turn on whenever it's offered to protect all of your online accounts. Sounds interesting. Let's get started. Use your phone as your second step to sign in. After you enter your password, Google prompts are securely sent to every phone when you're signed in. Just tap the notification review and sign in. And apparently I don't have an iPhone, I have an iPad. So, let's click continue. Gotta also add a backup option, so we'll just use my phone number. And now they just sent the verification code, so now I gotta go over there and find the code. Okay, I just got a notification saying that I got my code. So let's just open up the messaging app here and see what the code is. Alright, just sent the code. Never mind. Typed in wrong. Apparently you don't include the letter. Don't include the letter, even though it sent the letter to me. Google, fix your issues. Alright, so yep, let's turn her on. And we are officially good to go on the two-step verification. Next up, the passkeys. I've never used them, just as I've never used a two-step verification, so this is going to be all new to me. So let's see here. Passkeys enable you to securely sign into your Google account using your fingerprint, face, screen lock, or hardware security key. Only set passkeys on devices you own. What, I can't send it to Grandpa? Alright, create a passkey for your Google account. Passkeys are easy to set up and let you securely sign into your Google account using your fingerprint, face, screen lock, or hardware security key. I can create a security passkey on this device, so that is what I'll go ahead and do. Alright, so it prompts me to create my PIN. Now, I've given this a lot of thought, and, you know, I think 1, 2, 3, 4 is, you know, too easy to guess, you know. It's just too easy. All you have to do is do 1, 2, 3, 4. So, I thought, what better than 4, 3, 2, 1? Now, I don't really think there's a reason to change my password. Maybe in the future, like a year or two down the line, but as it stands, I don't think there's really a reason to, because I changed it already a few months ago, and I didn't change it to anything personal. I just looked around my room and went, that's a heat lamp! Alrighty, that's all the ways I could think of to protect my channel for the future. I still can't figure out why it got stolen by Kirby in the first place.
Well, looks like you give me editor for your channel so I can upload that video.
Yep. A bet's a bet.
Hey guys, Kirby got here. I somehow convinced him to do this for me. Anyways, here's my face. Here it is. Yeah, that's it. This is a final message, by the way.
Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. The 14th of September 2023 Nintendo Direct aired recently, and there are things I definitely want to talk about. However, I want to first talk about the Splatoon 3 Side Order DLC trailer and the launch of the Japanese website. So, I'll talk about this first, and then the Direct later. Without further ado, it's time to talk about the Splatoon 3 DLC Side Order trailer and the launch of the Japanese website. First, the areas in the trailer. The first area you see is Inkopolis Square, but it's all white and gray. It feels like an alternate reality or alternate dimension of some kind, like a what-if scenario. The rest of the areas in the trailer are also white and gray. I feel like it is intentionally made to be reminiscent of Team Order from Splatoon 2's Final Fest, Team Chaos vs. Team Order. I feel like Side Order's theme or atmosphere is going to be reminiscent of Team Order, which I will talk about more later. Next, the enemies. I don't have too much to say about the enemies, so I won't stay on this topic too long. The enemies in the trailer are definitely not Octarians. It seemed odd at first, why change the enemies? However, I do like that Nintendo is changing it up, unlike what they did with the new Super Mario Bros. Series. The enemies look like fish with just bones, and don't seem to be related to Somnoids in any way. I also wonder what this weird glitchy looking ooze is, but I guess we have to wait and see. Lastly, the topic I want to talk about the most, the characters. First, the Octoling that is seen in the beginning of the trailer. In past videos, I have debated who this could be, having two different ideas, Agent 8 or a new character entirely. Later in the trailer, the Octoling and a robot named Pearl, which I assume is just a robot being controlled by Pearl, meets Acht, a sanitized Octoling. Pearl says, "Are you with those fish we busted up? Sick 'em, 8! This could be the same case as new Agent 3 from Splatoon 3 Zero Mode, with them being the second Agent 3 and the original Agent 3 from Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2's Octo expansion being promoted to Captain. However, I think 8's appearance in the trailer, the skin color, hairstyle, are similar enough for her to be Agent 8 from Splatoon 2's Octo expansion. Also, when showing off the upgrades, the description of the Run Speed Up upgrade is increases movement speed in Inkling or Octoling form. Not only does this make me think that there is a possibility of a playable Inkling character, but I hope it is Agent 4, as she has been kind of the forgotten agent of sorts. However, there is one line spoken by Acht that really got me thinking. She says, "First things first, I'm Acht. As for Marina and me, we go way back." I then realized something. I hadn't seen Marina in the trailer so far, and watching the rest of it, she is not present at all, just Pearl. This reminded me of Splatoon 1's final Splatfest, Team Callie vs Marie, which, even though Nintendo said it wouldn't, whichever team won affected the story of Splatoon 2. Team Callie lost, so Callie got kidnapped in Splatoon 2, and you had to work with Marie to not only beat the Octarians, but find Callie. Furthermore, the Final Fest in Splatoon 2, Team Chaos vs Team Order, affected the world of Splatoon 3, with it being more chaotic. Heck, Splatsville is nicknamed the City of Chaos, so I don't think it's too much of a stretch to say that Team Order will affect the theme or atmosphere of Side Order, just like the final Splatfests of the last two games that affected the next game after it. Lastly, the website. The official Japanese website for Splatoon 3's Side Order DLC was recently launched. I put all the text through Google Translate. Some of it did not translate well, but here's what I found. The first bit of text says, Splatoon 3 Expansion Pass, a solo mode that you can try again and again, set in the Tower of Order, while strengthening the player's abilities with color chips, conquer various floors, and aim for the top floor of the tower. In this text, we finally get the name of the tower we see in the trailer, the Tower of Order. For me, this strengthens my theory that Side Order is based off of Team Order in some way. The second bit of text says, what was reflected in the eyes of number 8, the main character, when he woke up? The residents have disappeared and the killers are nostalgic. It was the Tower of Order that stood in the center. Number 8 fights off the creepy enemies that attack him. Searching for the truth of Hime, you'll be aiming for the top of the tower. The third bit of text describes the Octoling we see in the beginning. Number 8, Hachi, the main character of the story, a young Octarian. To me, this pretty much confirms that this is Agent 8 from Splatoon 2's Octo expansion. The fourth bit of text describes the robot. Popular unit Tentacles, a drone named Hime. It looks like Hime herself is inside, but for some reason, it seems that he has taken the form of a drone. From what I've read online, Hime is the Japanese name for the character Pearl, confirming that this is indeed Pearl. Looks like there's still a lot to wonder about. 8's coming back, along with Pearl. However, Marina's gone, and Deadfish is here? Wonder what the DLC will be like. Guess we'll have to wait and see. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. It's that time of the year again! I whine! Before I talk about though, there are some games I won't talk about, as some just aren't my cup of tea. So, without further ado, it's time to talk about the 14th of September 2023 Nintendo Direct. Mario vs. Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong has stolen all the mini Mario toys, and it's your job to defeat Donkey Kong and get the toys back. Each stage will have different challenges for you to face, with enemies such as toy piranha plants, toy shy guys, and hopefully more. The trailer states that observation and action are vital to your success. For example, Mario can't jump over this gap, but if you go up and press this button, the toy monkey will fall downstairs and Mario can use the toy monkey's tail to get across the gap and grab the key. This seems interesting, but I've heard that the last couple of games or so have been unoriginal or not the same as the first two. I don't and can't have an opinion on that, as I've never played a Mario vs. Donkey Kong game before. However, as a person possibly trying a Mario vs. Donkey Kong game out for the first time, I'm pretty excited. They revealed more about Super Mario RPG. The classic time your button press to make your attack stronger from the Mario and Luigi series is here, which I like as it adds a little challenge to the battle, which is a challenge itself. In addition, if you time your button press perfectly, you damage all the enemies in just one turn. You can also time your button press when blocking to lessen the damage you receive. Every successful action will fill this gauge. When it's full, you can use the triple move with 3 characters. Depending on the characters you currently have in your party, the move will change, encouraging you to put different characters in your party. Once you beat the game, you can have rematches with the bosses you previously defeated. However, they are powered up, so they'll be much harder to defeat the second time round. I love puzzle games, so another code, Recollection, caught my eye. A young girl named Ashley receives a letter from her father who she thought passed away. So, wanting answers, she sails to the solitary Blood Edward Island in search of him. On the island, she encounters puzzles and obstacles that hinder her investigation and apparently meets a ghost boy. She also can't remember her dad's face. Either he died when you were young, or you have really bad memory. Oh, and some person shows up, but we only see his feet, with Ashley asking, "Who are you?" The sequel, Another Code R Journey into Lost Memories, which was previously unreleased in North America, is also included. Princess Peach Showtime. Some loyal toad gives Princess Peach a flyer advertising a show at the Sparkle Theater. She, alongside some toads, went to go see it. However, the Wicked Grape and the Sour Bunch suddenly made their grand entrance and took center stage. Now it's up to Princess Peach and the theater's guardian Stella to save the day and play. God, great! 2 tasks? some purple gas, and cardboard vines, I think, appear around the stage. However, we're in luck. Princess Peach can use the power of Stella's ribbon to face off against the Sour Bunch by hitting the enemies with it and making them good again? I'm guessing that's what's happening here. Apparently, the ribbon alone won't always cut it. Oh! So, she can go onto some pedestal, touch a shiny star-looking thing, and transform into Sword-Fighting Peach, which grants her new sword-playing abilities. Oh! That's not the only place you'll be saving, though. Valuable artifacts have gone missing from this museum. Become Detective Peach, investigate clues, and track down who done it. Desserts have been stolen from this sweets festival. Come on, guys! You're stealing sweets of all things? I have a huge sweet tooth! Turn into Patisserie Peach and save it from a sugar crash. The Sour Bunch have hijacked this martial arts school. What did you hijack a martial arts school for, of all things? If you wanted to learn Kung Fu, couldn't you, I don't know, ask the master there or something? Become Kung Fu Peach and take the martial arts school back from the Sour Bunch. This game looks really fun. The only nitpicks I have about it is, why are they stealing sweets and hijacking a martial arts school of all places? I don't know, it just seems too random. Detective Pikachu returns with the duo Tim and Pikachu investigating cases while also searching for Tim's missing father, Harry. Tim interviews people and Pikachu interviews Pokemon, working with them to find the truth together. They'll also work with other Pokemon to broaden the scope of their investigations. You can follow sets with Growlithe, smash rocks with Darmanian, and even peer through walls with Luxray. Mystery games are fun, and having abilities, having to carefully choose what to say during interviews, is awesome to me. I've said before that I've played the demo for Detective Pikachu on the 3DS, and I actually enjoyed it. So, I'm looking forward to this. I don't have much to say about Contra Operation Galuga. My mom loves Contra, and I played a demo for one on the Nintendo Switch. I honestly wasn't sure if I'd enjoy it, but to my surprise, I did. The controls weren't too hard to learn, and this game is 2-player, so I may download this in the future. Apparently they're building the Nintendo Museum. I'd love to visit someday. All the history that'd be in that museum. God, it'd be so awesome to see. I wonder where it is. Dang it! Some amiibo figures from Xenoblade Chronicles 3 and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate are being released. These don't interest me. I've just never been into collecting these things. I've only been interested in collecting amiibos if they're Splatoon or Animal Crossing related. If they're not, I don't really care too much. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Booster Course Pass Wave 6. Just make a new Mario Kart game already! We haven't seen one in over a decade! Sure, the stuff in the pack may be interesting or something, but come on! Can't you make a new Mario Kart game with new graphics, mechanics, tracks, etc. and add the things in the passes into the new game? You could even add some of them as DLC! Come on, Nintendo! Lastly, the most hyped up game in the Direct. Paper Mario, The 1,000-Year Door. This game is one of, if not, the most beloved Paper Mario game of all time. I've never played it before, but I've always wanted to try it. From what I hear, the storytelling, mechanics, graphics, and NPCs are amazing. Many people were stoked when this was announced at the end of Direct, as was I. Though, for me, it was more so because I wanted to try it for a long time. Wow! Nintendo has been delivering the goods this year. More news about Super Mario RPG, Princess Peach Showtime, Luigi's Mansion 2 HD, even an announcement for Paper Mario The 1,000-Year Door. Fans are getting the goods this year. There wasn't even too much to whine about. Except for that. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. Halloween is coming up and the Splatoween is upon us. However, I don't care for Halloween, though I guess I shouldn't since I'm 16. Even then though, I stopped celebrating Halloween when I was about 10 or so. However, I thought I would at least talk about my greatest fear. More specifically, my greatest fear in Splatoon 3. It's not skeletons. It's not zombies. It's not even ghosts. It's the Booyah Bomb. What's so terrifying about it? It feels like a cheese to me! You're fighting against an enemy player, and boom! The player equips the Booyah Bomb while you two are fighting, and you're forced to run, or stay there and get splatted. Maybe you're chasing an enemy player, and boom! Booyah Bomb! You could just run away, or if the player throws it away from you, you could fight him. Oh, temporary shield, okay. This feels so stupid to me. As long as the player you're fighting has a Booyah Bomb ready, you can't beat them unless you splat them before they equipped it. Otherwise...
Cooper, what are you doing?
Try again! Perhaps the scariest thing of all, though, is when 3 players on the enemy team have the Booyah Bomb special. 10 seconds in, boom! Total destruction. It's even worse when you're in the middle of fighting one player and another throws a Booyah Bomb at you. You can either run and chance getting splatted by the player you were just fighting, or try to splat the same player you are fighting currently. Or you just run into an enemy player while running away from the Booyah Bomb's explosion. I have 2 favorite scenarios. One scenario is your team is doing well and seemingly winning, but then boom, double or triple Booyah Bomb. Oh, and if you can't forget the double or triple Booyah Bomb just as the match is about to end. Woo, your team lost, just like that. The other scenario is when the enemy players are just more skilled and splat you more often. So, they have more chances to throw Booyah Bombs absolutely everywhere, even in your own team's base. At that point, you should just relax and wait for the match to end. Booyah Bombs are absolutely stupid to me. You're fighting a player, boom, Booyah Bomb. You're 10 seconds into a match, boom, triple Booyah Bomb. Your team is seemingly winning, boom, Booyah Bomb. It just feels like such a cheese. If no one else will deal with these Booyah Bomb users, then I will. You have been issued a restraining order. You are not allowed within 300 yards of anyone who uses Booyah Bombs. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. My mom picked up some plants a while back after a tornado blew them away from a nursery. We have no idea what kind of plants they are, so it'll be like a surprise. Speaking of surprises, I recently picked up Pikmin 4. It's been a long time since I've played a Pikmin game. The first thing I want to talk about is, what did they do to the logo? Sure, the old logo wasn't crazy, but it was simple yet elegant. The original logo was the series name made of the flowers that the Pikmin have on their heads. You don't always need some crazy logo. I think oftentimes simple is a good approach. Plus, the uniqueness of the original logo being made of something from in the game sets it apart from other games. Logos are what usually attract the player's eyes. This may seem like a minor change, but I think it's a major and unnecessary change. Plus, they updated Pikmin 3, so the in-game logo is the new logo, but the box art has the original logo, so now the two don't match. This is stupid! Now, the story of the game is about you, along with the rest of the rescue corps, setting off to find and rescue Captain Olimar. He'd been stranded on this planet for a while, but managed to get the interstellar radio and sent out an SOS signal.
However, this wouldn't be a game without something hindering them from doing so.
The ship ends up crashing, and all of the rescue corps members are separated amid the crash. You set out to find the ship, and find one of the rescue corps members in the process. You eventually find the captain of the group in a cave as well. You later learn you need sparklium to repair and upgrade the ship, so throughout the game, you have to get as much sparklium as possible. On your journey, you find a civilian, and are tasked with not only finding Captain Olimar, the rescue corps members, but also the civilians you find. The gameplay. Boy oh boy, do I have some nitpicks about it. The main thing I have nitpicks about are the controls. Now, I think this is just a me thing, but whenever I play the games, I always press a bunch of buttons to open up the map, pause menu, or the circle menu. Even when I play the game often and for long periods of time, I still often mess this up. I mess up the dash button, the charge button, the whistle button. Heck, sometimes I'll be swimming through the water with Ochi, press the wrong button, and jump straight into the water. The next part of gameplay I want to talk about is the Pikmin and my overall skill in completing tasks. Firstly, the Pikmin. You have the red Pikmin, which are standard, the yellow Pikmin, which are electric, so they can attack and break electrical enemies and objects, the blue Pikmin, which can swim in water, whereas the others would perish, the ice Pikmin, which can freeze enemies and bodies of water. There are also rock Pikmin, wing Pikmin, purple Pikmin, and white Pikmin, but I haven't gotten them yet. Next, collecting stuff. Collecting these things off of plants give you Pikmin. I don't do it often, but because of that, I sometimes run completely out of a type of Pikmin, so I'm trying to tell myself to get them more often. It would help, considering the amount of Pikmin I lose in battles. I'll get it. Collecting treasure is pretty easy. Just throw Pikmin at it, and they'll use all their combined strength to pick it up. It also took me a long time to learn that when treasures are high up, you throw yellow Pikmin at it as they jump higher. Then there is Dandori, the art of having Pikmin complete tasks quickly and efficiently. You have to master having multiple Pikmin doing Dandori. It was hard for me to learn at first, often only having 2 groups of Pikmin completing 2 tasks, as I was afraid of having multiple groups far away from me. You have to be aware of the surroundings and just have some confidence. Speaking of Dandori, the game has Dandori battles. You're challenged by people throughout the game that have leaves growing on them. Your Dandori skills are put to the test in these battles, either being challenged to get the most Sparklium by the person themselves, or challenged to get as much Sparklium as possible by yourself. This is fun, though it's really annoying when the other person's Pikmin tries to steal the treasure my Pikmin are carrying. Well, not all the plants have matured enough. However, some of the plants that Mom got have matured enough for us to figure out what type of plant it is. A tomato plant, a red pepper or a jalapeno plant, an aloe vera plant, and they can talk, they can walk, and they also like to live inside this onion. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. Want to know how to make a bare bones product and make money from it? Well, do I have the guide for you? Step 1, be Atari. Step 2, take the classic Atari games and make them worse. Step 3, make a modernized version of your old video game console to put the video games in. Step 4, make promises you can't keep. And step 5, let the money flow in. The Atari VCS. One of the most, if not arguably the most famous and popular video game console of its time. The Atari VCS was developed by Atari Inc. and released in September of 1977, and it popularized ROM cartridges, which was first used with the Fairchild Channel F. It was released with 9 simple video games, all packed inside 2 kilobyte cartridges. The Atari VCS was met with huge success and would go on to have some of the most popular games at the time be released on the console, one of the most popular being Taito's Space Invaders in 1980. It would go on to have huge success for the next few years. There's something missing here. Ah, yeah, Atari had a lot of success with the Atari VCS, but due to oversaturation of bad video games and poor management, the console quickly lost its reputation and contributed heavily to the video game market crash of 1983. Recently, however, Atari's developed and released a new modernized version of the Atari VCS. The description states that the console has the ability to play the classic Atari games, modernized versions of the classic Atari games, and newer, more modern games released in today's time. That sounds really cool, but does it deliver? Well, it's time to find out. First off, the console itself. The Atari VCS looks pretty identical to the original, though there are a few things that are different or outright missing, such as the cartridge slot, the buttons, and the shape being a bit different. Next, the controllers. There's a joystick controller made to look like the original one. It feels alright in the hands, but the joystick just doesn't feel like it moves fair enough or something. You have the big red button, which acts as sort of a main button, and a corner button, which acts as sort of a B button. Together, they form the A and B button duo. Then you have the modern looking controller. It's a bit too small for me, but otherwise fine. Alright, I have it all plugged up. I'll turn it on. Ooh, cool. The setup screen is simple, but definitely a nice touch. I made an account earlier, so all good there. Now to actually play some games. Okay, the music's decent, but I'm betting it'll annoy me from time to time. Anyways, here's the real start of the show, the game library. A bunch of the old Atari games are here. Ugh, Centipede, a classic, I'll play that. Where's all the modes? Jeez, there's a lack of variety here. Not many options at all. I hope the game is at least good. Jeez, God, that's sensitive. The game is alright, but man, and the control's sensitive. Looking at the other games, they all seem to lack variety. Not many modes, levels, etc. The games themselves, while seemingly identical to the originals, have weird controls. There's just something off about the controls. I can't quite figure out what. It honestly just feels like they released the most bare bones version of these games they possibly could. And yeah, people who played these games back in the day making a kick out of playing them again. It just makes Atari look like they don't care. Putting the games aside, there are apps. There's streaming services like Netflix and Hulu. If you don't like Atari games, just get an Xbox with new modern games, because Xbox also has Netflix and Hulu. There's also Antstream, a subscription which offers a bunch of old retro games, and a card came with the Atari VCS's box offering a discount on the subscription. This may seem cool, but upon looking it up, it's not just exclusive to the Atari VCS, so another reason for the Atari VCS to be useless. There's not a lot of apps right off the bat, but there is an online store. There's a bunch of games to purchase here, all usually ranging from the $1 to $5 range. And I think that's a decent price range for old games, especially when the old games we're talking about are not Super Mario Brothers. There's some other games here that are remakes of the original games as well. However, there isn't much here that really describes the games. Sure, you have a description and screenshots, but the description is basically, here's the old game, and the screenshots just show you what the game looks like, but not what the game is. The Atari VCS has been pretty lackluster so far. However, there is one more thing the console has to potentially redeem itself a little bit. The PC mode. The description of the console did mention a PC mode, and there's an app here titled PC mode. Alright, I'll boot it up. So apparently you need a PC mode USB or something. Maybe the Atari website has it. It does! How else am I gonna spend more money on this console? Buy more games? Okay, apparently there is another way to get PC mode. I just have to get a USB with enough storage to plug into my own computer and download a version of Windows 10. Maybe another store has a PC mode USB.
Hello, this is Kirby from Ghost Stop. How may I help you?
Hello, Sir Kirby. Could you put me with your manager, please?
Oh yeah, he's right here. Here you go. Hi, this is the Ghost Manager. How may I help you?
So apparently my Atari VCS, the 2021 model that was released 2 years ago, it needs a PC mode USB to activate its PC mode. Do you have any of those?
Let me check. No, sadly, we don't.
Do you have any copies of Super Mario Bros. Wonder?
Yes, we do. We have like 100 physical copies.
Could I trade in my Atari VCS for a copy of Super Mario Bros. Wonder?
That's good. You'll just have to pay $10 up front.
Fine by me.
Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. Today, I'll be talking about Splatoon 3's DLC Side Order, what's going so far, and my theory based on that. We've gotten 3 trailers in the last year or so. I'll only be talking about 2 of them. However, keep in mind, these are just theories, not concrete facts, so take what I say with a grain of salt. So, without further ado, here is my theory on Side Order. The release date trailer was recently released on the 24th of January 2024, and this is it. So, the first thing I want to talk about is the weird glitchy effect at the beginning of the trailer. We see the soon-to-become Agent 3 sleeping in the train from the beginning of Splatoon 3. Then, everything starts to become gradually more glitchy, until everything sort of disappears. And now we see Inkopolis Square, but this time, it's all white. The glitchy effect makes me think that this is a simulation of some sort. After that, we see a poster for Side Order. What caught my eyes first was the UFO with what I think are the Inklings on top. However, the Inklings on the UFO have red eyes, so maybe they're evil, or perhaps even the villains this time? My friend David told me the Inklings may actually be copybots. He said the copybots have red eyes, and one is in the training area of the lobby. The copybots were created by Glenn Fiddler, so could he be involved? Also, when I look closer, I noticed that the Inkling in the middle seems to have the same hairstyle that Agent 4 has. So, maybe Agent 4 will be inside order? If so, will they be working with us or against us? Or maybe they work for no one. Or maybe, since they have red eyes, they're being controlled. Moving on, we see Marina in the top left. I think this confirms that Marina will be heavily involved. Going back in time to Splatoon 2's Final Fest, Marina's team, Team Order, lost. What is Splatoon 3's DLC called? Side Order. With this in mind, I'm very certain Marina is heavily involved. This, however, creates a new question. In Side Order, is Marina going to be good or bad? Well, considering Marina was on Team Order, and the tower is called the Tower of Order, I think that she may be a villain, but has good intentions. She wants order and nothing else. How else can she make sure no one does anything bad? Control. So, she creates a simulation she can control. Perhaps once she created it, she transported Inklings and Orklings into the simulation, which could explain the glitchy effect in the beginning of the release date trailer. Lastly, I want to go back in time to the Side Order trailer in September. In that trailer, we saw a new type of enemy, some weird bony fish, with red eyes. If we're to believe the Inklings with red eyes are copybots, then we'd have to believe these fish are copybots too, right? Furthermore, in the wiki, yeah, I know, the wiki. It is stated that it is unknown whether the fish are living organisms or machines. If they're machines, it would make sense if they're copybots. Plus, they only seem to be made of bones. There doesn't seem to be any flesh or organs, so I think they could be machines, which could mean they're copybots. It's also known that Marina is well versed with technology, so this could be evidence that she's the one orchestrating all of this. Well, that's all I've got. David helped immensely with this. Without him, I don't think I ever would have talked about this. Me and him could be wrong, or maybe even very wrong, but we could be right about at least one thing, and it was fun to theorize. If you got any theories yourself, feel free to let me know in the comments below, or discuss it with other people. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel, and 2023 ending and 2024 beginning, I'd like to talk about some things I want to see from Nintendo this year. Maybe the Nintendo Switch 2 is releasing mid this year, and the games releasing later this year are going to release on a new console. I don't know, but I can speculate that perhaps. During the 14th of September 2023 Nintendo Direct, Nintendo announced Luigi's Mansion 2 HD. This excited me very much, since it's one of my favorite games. However, why not re-release Luigi's Mansion for the GameCube? Sure, it was re-released on the 3DS, but it was only re-released digitally, and last year in March, the eShops for the Wii U and 3DS closed down. So the only way to play the game is by getting the GameCube copy, but you gotta have the original Wii or the GameCube, and the game can go from $60 to $100. Okay, what about with the GameCube? So, re-releasing the game on the Nintendo Switch would make it more accessible for everyone. The previous Mario Party game, Mario Party Superstars, was an outstanding game, And what made it so good were the minigames, which were the old minigames from Mario Party 1 through 3. I want to see a completely original Mario Party game with completely new minigames. I'm not a game designer at all, but it would be nice to see something new and fun. And from what I read online, what made the old games so good was the fast-paced chaoticness of it all, from the minigames to the sabotaging, etc. Mario Party 9 and 10 were great party games, but not great Mario Party games, because they just didn't have the fast-paced chaoticness of the originals. So I hope to see some new ones come out, maybe on the Nintendo Switch too. Though I'm not a big Mario Kart fan, I do know many people love the games. I want to see a new Mario Kart game, perhaps on a Nintendo Switch too. Mario Kart 8 is over a decade old now, and I think it's just time to make a new one. But please, for the love of God, don't add the bland tracks from Mario Kart Tour into the game. The tracks probably work best for mobile players, but I don't know for sure, I've never played the game. However, they most likely work for a full console game as well. I think it's too open, which is understandable for a small screen device, but not on the big screen TV. So maybe more obstacles could help? With the graphics being so simple in those tracks, it all looks very basic. At least try to polish them up for a new console game. Animal Crossing New Horizons was pretty lackluster to me. Yes, it has great graphics. Yes, it has good controls. But man, is it bland. The dialogue with the villagers is soulless, and characters like Rossetti, Shampoodle, Gulliver, Celeste, etc. are downgraded drastically. Heck, Tortimer's downgraded to just being able to access your home storage from Harvey's Island. It's really working out for you, huh, Tortimer? The free updates sucked as well. All they did was add features that were in New Leaf at launch, and acted like it's some great new thing. All that did was make the game feel more bare bones. Also, if the Nintendo Switch 2 releases this year or next year, that would be a great time to release a new Animal Crossing game. I won't talk about this too much, as I want to save this for a full discussion another time. Moving on to smaller things. Why is Super Mario Land 2 here but 1 and 3 aren't? I'd like to see Super Mario Land 1 and 3 add to the Game Boy library, because they are great games, and it just doesn't feel right adding the second one and not the others. The entire Super Mario Advance series was added to the Game Boy Advance library, so clearly it isn't impossible. It's just not possible. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. Splatoon 3 is officially half a year away from being 2 years old. I don't remember much when I was 2 years old, but I do have a picture from when I was about 2 to 3 years old. I imagine Splatoon 3's me at 2 years old photo is going to look drastically different from this. Guess we'll find out. Yes, I've talked about this before, but since this has happened in the last half a year, I'll talk about it. I hate booyah bombs. You're chasing a player, booyah bomb. You're fighting a player, booyah bomb. You're running about, and bam, you run into a booyah bomb exploding. It's so stupid. The booyah bomb is the enemy player's win automatically card. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. It's such a cheese. From the 27th to 29th of October 2023, the second ever Splatoween happened. The first one happening from the 19th to the 21st of October 2020 in Splatoon 2. The first Splatoween's theme was Trick vs. Treat. This Splatoween's theme was zombies versus skeletons versus ghosts. I wasn't sure which team to choose since I don't really like Halloween, but I eventually chose Team Ghost because of the.jpg, as he's a ghost. Throughout Splatoween, I didn't really see Team Zombies winning that many 10x, 100x, or 333x battles. I didn't even have many battles with any Team Zombie members. Me and Kirby thought it would be between Team Skeletons and Team Ghosts. In the end... God. it's finally been knocked off her throne. About time! After Splatoween, me, Kirby, and David made a group chat together and became great friends after David finally noticed Kirby's friend request from a month or more ago. We started playing a bunch of Splatoon 3 together, playing as a team in turf wars, anarchy battles, Psalm run shifts, and against each other in table turf battles. The table turf battles were especially fun, as we all spec'd each other over our time, gave each other tips, and Kirby and David made meme decks together. We all also saw what the screen for a troll looked like for the first time. Oh god. The Handshake versus Fist Bump versus Hug Splatfest ran from the 18th of November to the 20th of November, and dear god did I have a hard time choosing a team. Why, you may ask? I don't like physical contact. So after discussing my existential crisis with Kirby, I chose Team Fist Bump, as that has the least amount of physical contact out of all the teams. I was planning to attend every single day of the Splatfest sneak peek, as I always do, but then I missed a day. So I decided to punish myself. How? By telling Kirby to punish me in any way he seems fit. So he made me de-rank myself to the lowest rank in Psalm Run, join his bull, which wasn't that bad, and make me use Booyah Bombs and Turf Wars. After all was said and done, I apologize to every single player in every team we fought against. I'm sorry, Kyre, Kaguro, Doctonic, and Nick. I'm sorry to, I don't know, Katie. I'm sorry to Katie, the Wizard, Fish, and Man with a Face for a name. I'm sorry to Bait, a name I can't pronounce, Sky, and Miss Wolf. And we lost against you, but I'm still gonna apologize. Catch Rod, Bait, Renee, and Dizzy, and I'm very sorry to Lieutenant Dan, Alex, K10N equals parody, and Onyx Moon. I missed another day! I was forced to use Booyah Bombs again. After the sneak peek, the Splatfest finally started. I swear if Shiver's team wins again, come on. The fifth big run was announced beginning on the 2nd of December and ending on the 4th of December. David's Nintendo Switch Online membership ended, so it was just me and Kirby. The score system for this big run was changed, and there were set scores for different rewards. The first day went quite well. Me and Kirby managed to get bronze. The second day was good as well. We had many good shifts. However, near the end, we weren't winning many shifts. Just as we were about to quit for the day, we got a good first wave and a good second wave on our next shift. We weren't on track for gold, but we were thinking we could get silver. Then, not one, not two, but 3 goldies spawned. The first goldie dropped 10 eggs, the second goldie only dropped 1, but the third goldie dropped 5. Combined with the eggs from the other bosses, we got just enough for gold. We were so excited. This would be our first ever big run where we got gold. The next day arrived, and the results were in. I got my gold trophy. However, when I called Kirby later that day, he said he got bronze. We were confused, and upon looking it up, many players experienced this glitch. The glitch went unmentioned by Nintendo, but they finally talked about it a few days later, saying they were working on it. Apparently, they updated the score system, but many players are still having this problem. On the 29th of November 2023, the Frosty Fest was announced for the holiday season. Announced alongside the Frosty Fest were new clothes, the Golden Gala Mask, Octopearl Crown, Coral Wreath, and the Dapper Basher Hat. The big run happened first, with the Frosty Fest having no specific date on when it would happen. Seeing this, the Splatfest Discord server decided to host their very own Frosty Fest, with the theme being, what would you make for the holidays? Cookies, snowmen, or ornaments? I chose Team Cookies because I never really bothered with snowmen. And come on, ornaments or cookies? No, it's not hard to choose for me. The Custom Splatfest began on the 15th of December and went about as usual. 1v1s, I got my butt kicked. 2v2s, 3v3s, and 4v4s. I got my butt kicked, but the other teammates helped our team with the match. I also totally didn't participate in this Custom Splatfest much longer than I usually do because the teams who win 100x battle get a custom photo and an exclusive club. Was that believable? Oh, and LAN can screw off. It rarely works for me anymore. Anyways, the server's Frosty Fest ended on the 17th of December, and the results were announced a couple hours later, with Team Snowman taking first place, Team Ornaments taking second place, and Team Cookies taking third place. A few days later, on the 22nd of December, the official Frosty Fest was announced to be running from the 12th of January to the 14th of January. It's the holidays too in January. The theme was announced to be, who do you spend the holidays with? Friends? Family? I chose family because 1, I'm fortunate enough to have good family members that I love to be around, and 2, I consider close friends to be family in a way. Throughout the sneak peek, I used a random weapon generator, and I had TV problems and capture card problems. Thankfully, I got the TV problems fixed later on, but through this day, my capture card refuses to work when plugged into my USB port hub. The Splatfest itself didn't go too horribly either. Heck, during one of my sessions on day 2 of the Frosty Fest, I won 7 matches in a row. I really thought family would at least get second place. On the 24th of January, a release date trailer for Side Order was uploaded to Nintendo's YouTube channels. It teased a couple of scenes before showing a poster with the release date of the 22nd of February. What was everyone's reaction? I won't talk about this here because I've already talked about it. However, since it happened in the last half a year, I'm mentioning it here. The next extra work event was announced on the 26th of January and was said to run from the 2nd of February to the 4th of February. The weapons that we would be using were the Splash-O-Matic, Blaster, Roller, and the Sniper. There were, of course, 5 waves as usual. The first wave is easy. Car, Flyfish, Car, Flipper Flopper, Laser Boy, Flipper Flopper, and Underground Shark. The second wave was a Mudmouth wave, which was pretty easy too. The roller made it much easier as well. The third wave...
Cool again.
Yo.
Cool guys don't look at.
Like, epic action movie.
Yeah. And my phone crashed. Yay. Hold on, let me see if I can communicate with them. Unless it's just Kirby. Just second place.
Fun.
Damn.
The temperature just turned. It just feels like the temperature turned up a whole bunch all of a sudden.
Oh, I'm not sure why. Maybe anxiety?
Yeah. The fourth wave was a tornado round, and we usually got between 40 and 60 eggs during that wave. The fifth wave...
Oh, there is.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah, these are not the right teammates.
Reach that fire. Oh, I can't. No.
So hold on. 60, right? And then we get another 60.
This wave was often a run killer. During this extra work event, it seemed that spawning patterns would change depending on whether you got 1.5 times or 2 times during the previous waves, which made it much more difficult to memorize everything. Which I enjoyed because it made a harder challenge. The highest score I got was 204, and Kirby managed to get 218. I nearly got a higher score during the final shift of the event, but we messed up on Wave 3, which killed the run. Oh, and here's a random moment from the event during Wave 1.
What are you doing? What? 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 Why? Why? What are you doing? Oh my god!
What?
Why? So you know the car that spawns at the very beginning, right?
Yes.
They shot it like when it was just barely poking out the water.
A couple hours after the event ended, the results were revealed. Cool. The next Splatfest was announced on the 1st of February to be running from the 16th of February to the 18th of February, with the theme being, what's the best day of the weekend? Friday, Saturday, or Sunday? Many people argued that Friday isn't even a part of the weekend, and honestly, I think it was probably added because Nintendo needed 3 teams. In my opinion though, I think Friday is technically a part of the weekend, because a lot of people are free from school or work in the afternoon and evening. Honestly, I didn't know which team to choose. There wasn't a specific day I loved more than the other. However, at the time, my dad took me out to go places on Fridays, and Kirby wanted to choose Team Friday. So, Team Friday it was! I skipped the entire sneak peek due to me being busy with other stuff, so I once again asked Kirby to come up with a punishment for me. My punishment was to use a weapon with the Booyah Bomb special for the entire Splatfest. So, I did. And honestly, I started to like the special more and more, and it eventually gained my respect. As long as the team doesn't spam the Booyah Bomb relentlessly, I like it. The Splatfest itself went really well too. We won a lot of matches, I got a lot of splats, and there were little to no mirror matches. Well, except for the tricolor matches. Honestly, the tricolor matches have become very boring to me. You have 3 teams, sure, but if one attacking team wins, both attacking teams win. And when the attacking teams get 1 or more Ultra Signals, it's very hard to win as a defending team. Also, it doesn't really feel like there are 3 teams, since, again, if one attacking team wins, both attacking team wins. It feels like the awe and charm has worn off, which, without that, leaves, to me, a flawed and boring mode. I especially felt this way during this Splatfest, as I only played a few tricolor matches, which are all mirror matches by the way, before switching back to normal matches. I think one change they could make would be to make the Ultra Signals last for 20 to 30 seconds at a time before going away, which would allow the defending team a chance to recover. Speaking of normal matches, I actually tried out pro matches for the first time, and I gotta say, it was really fun. It felt a bit more challenging, and I seemed to get more matches with teams of relatively equal skill levels, making them very balanced matches, which I really love, and I won quite a few pro matches. Eventually, the Splatfest came to an end on the 18th of February at 6 p.m. The results were announced 2 years later, with Team Friday winning. I had mixed feelings about this. On one hand, I'm happy I was on the winning team, but on the other hand, Shiver's team had won again. The next big run was announced on the 23rd of February to be running from the 8th of March to the 10th of March. This time, the Solmanoids would be invading Eel Tail Alley. All the weapons are random, and all the Grisco weapons would be available. The first day went quite well. Me and Curry managed to get silver. This was also the first time I've seen a stage in Solomon that didn't have different tides, just different areas on the stage that the game takes the team to. We also seemed to get a lot of fog waves during the first day. The second day, Kirby and David had gotten gold together, without me, as I was out during most of the day. So when I got home, Kirby joined on to try and help me get gold as well. I felt like I was memorizing the areas that enemies could spawn at better and better, and knowing what weapons are good for what enemies. Then, we had a shift that was looking promising. We got around 38 to 45 eggs per wave, but alas, we only got 134 eggs in total, just one egg shy of gold. However, we kept going. I focused as much as possible. My reflexes were getting better and better, so much so that whenever a Moz randomly appeared behind me or next to me, I was quick enough to move the camera and throw a bomb at it in time. Then, a few shifts later, we got 138 eggs. The third day wasn't all that great. We lost a lot of shifts, even with all the teammates being friends. It felt like even though I was quick and attentive, I would still die a lot due to us being swarmed. The big run ended at 7 PM and I got my gold reward. A gold Megalodontia. Whew, that was a lot. This game is still going on strong into the new year. There's many things I've hoped to see that haven't announced. Though there are still some things I hope to see in the future. Anyways, I think that's about it. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. Animal Crossing is my favorite video game series of all time. And as I've stated before, Animal Crossing New Leaf is my favorite video game of all time. However, I think the successor to New Leaf, Animal Crossing New Horizons, was as much of a downgrade as it was an upgrade. Some of the things that were added were decent ideas, but I think were poorly executed. So I have some things I'd like revised or added in the next Animal Crossing game. I think most will agree with me when I say that the dialogue with the villagers is pretty lackluster in Animal Crossing New Horizons. If you chat with the same villager 10 times in a day, it's likely that during 5 of the 10 chats, the villager will say the exact same thing. Hi Kitty, we meet again today. I actually just went fishing. What did you do?
Oh, I went and walked on the beach.
Way down? Or did you already do that today? We just talked like an hour ago, and you said you went on the beach.
I know, I went for a walk on the beach.
What, are you referencing the when you went on the walk on the beach the first time?
I went for a walk on the beach.
I like to see more dialogue, both nice and mean. I'm not saying I'd love for villagers to be jerks to me, it'd just be nice to see more interactivity. Villagers in Animal Crossing for the GameCube would be outright mean at times, and it made the game more diverse to me. Speaking of diversity, what about more individual, collaborative, and competitive events? In Animal Crossing for the GameCube, Tortimer would hold little events at the square, like ball games or even just exercising. I'd also like to be able to ask villagers if they have any tasks I could help them with. This was in Animal Crossing for the GameCube, but not in any of the future games. So, sometimes silly things like this happen. Hi. Thank you for inviting me over.
Hey, how you been?
Oh, I'm alright, just been going around town helping people out. Been paying back my loan to the bank and all that jazz. What about you?
Not much, just don't want to pay you as postage. Take that to Cube.
So I'm gonna take this cube.
Yep.
You realize you invited him over here with me.
Mm-hmm.
He's over there.
Okay, we'll take it to Cube.
Also, the new crafting mechanic? It's decent, but also kinda stupid to me. I like the idea, don't get me wrong, but if you don't like having to go hit a dozen trees to get enough wood to craft a fence, then, well, I guess you don't get any fences. I rarely crafted things in the game outside of fences and sometimes tools. Heck, I usually bought tools from the store. Having to go whack a tree and hit some rocks all the time to craft a new tool just felt repetitive, in a bad way. It especially sucks because a lot of items are locked behind the crafting mechanic. You can't get certain items any other way. In the next game, I'd like to have the crafting mechanic, but I want all the items you can craft to be obtainable through other means, like as rewards for doing tasks for villagers, or something you can obtain during an event. That way, it's not necessarily just suddenly extremely easy to obtain. You will still have to do certain tasks to get those items. While I'm on the topic of crafting stuff, I have something to say about the gold tools. So, in each game in the series, the gold tools are the best of the best, correct? So why on earth did Nintendo make them breakable? I could see the silver tools being breakable, which they are, and they also have more durability than the standard tools. Why the gold tools though? What's the point in even obtaining them if they're going to break eventually like all the other tools? Nintendo, I don't care if you make the silver tools breakable as long as they have more durability than the standard tools, but make the gold tools unbreakable. Moving on to something I actually liked. In Animal Crossing New Horizons, you could choose where the museum, Nook store, and Able Sisters went, and I like that. However, I'd love to be able to have an area like the city from Animal Crossing City Folk, or the main street from Animal Crossing New Leaf that I can customize to my liking. Of course, separate from the main town for other things, such as a barbershop, theater, a Gracie Grace type store, maybe even the Ruse Cafe. I'd like to see characters upgraded, as in the haircut lady coming back as the owner of her own store instead of just a minor character at Harvey's Island. Maybe we'll see Dr. Shrunk back in the theater. Oh, Dr. Shrunk is in the house, and if you're sick of that same old blabby blab, do I have the cure for you? Yeah? Yeah, you can't wait, right? Tough crowd out tonight.
Would not be a good time to ask for a refund.
Sure is a tough crowd out there tonight, huh? Other options should include the ability to choose the color of the buildings, different layouts to choose from, and street vendors, like the balloon guy in the city from City Folk. I've always enjoyed strolling around the city in City Folk, and having recently started playing City Folk again, I thought of all these ideas. If you could have an area like this, what would you like to be able to do with it? However, what I found to be one of, if not the stupidest thing about New Horizons is the free updates. I'm not saying I don't like free updates. What bugs me is that the stuff they add to the game through the free updates were stuff that were in New Leaf at launch. You can't just add stuff to a game later on and say, "Ooh, guys, new stuff," when it was in the previous games at launch. Nintendo's done this with plenty of other games, and I don't like it. It makes the game feel more bare bones, and it's like Nintendo wants to prolong the life of the game, but they don't have much else to add. So they just refrain from adding some stuff, like the swimming mechanic, and then add it at a later date. If that's what their goal was, it's not that hard to tell. And honestly, by the time more stuff comes along, many people will have already abandoned the game because it was bare bones. I think you should have the stuff that was in the previous game in the successor at launch, and add newer, never seen before, or stuff we haven't seen in a long time later on into the game. I really do love the Animal Crossing series. And New Horizons just didn't feel like a satisfying successor to Animal Crossing after playing it for a few months. When I stopped playing it, I found it really hard to just start playing the game again. Even worse, the stuff they added through free updates were stuff that were already in New Leaf at launch. Anyways, what do you think of my suggestions? And do you have any suggestions of your own? I'm actually going to see if Kirby has any suggestions of his own. Hey Kirby, I've been thinking about what I'd like to see in the next Animal Crossing game. Do you have any suggestions of your own?
Maybe remove Kitty and also maybe delete her.
Seems kinda harsh, don't you think?
No.
I honestly don't want to like her that much myself. Oh, someone's knocking. Give me one moment. Hey, Kitty, what are you doing here? Kitty, what are you doing? I gifted you bees yesterday. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. I'm still healing from Kitty's attack. She got my ear pretty good. Anyway, Splatoon 3's DLC Side Order officially launched 2 months ago on the 21st of February CST time. So now that I've played through it and nearly 1000%ed it, I'm ready to talk about it. First things first, to access the hub area of Side Order, you have to go to the train station in either city. There, you can select Inkopolis Square. Once you do, you're greeted with the familiar scene from the release date trailer, your Inkling or Orkling character riding the train and falling asleep. Then, a glitchy effect takes over the screen, and after a bit, we're suddenly in a bleached Inkopolis Square with the big tower from the trailers up ahead. Pearl calls out to you and you wake up as none other than Agent 8. After you customize Agent 8 to your liking, which I made her look like the official artwork, you see Pearl as a robot. She says she doesn't know where Marina is, reminds you of who she and Marina are, and then sets off with you to find Marina. Entering the tower, you are met with a bunch of bone fish. You magically gain some dualies and defeat the fish.
I can't kill them. I am so sorry.
Oh, I love the glittery ink.
Big boy.
I love
Yeah,
the
it's
glittery ink. Whoa! He's a big boy!
Baby fish.
He's
The
a
baby
big
fish, I
boy!
can't kill them. The baby fish.
Afterwards, you go towards the elevator, and eventually it opens. Inside is a sanitized Orkling. Pearl asks if she was with those fish we splattered her, and tells Agent 8 to sick 'em. She states that she isn't with them, and inside the elevator, she introduces herself as Ait. Ait. Ait? Ait. Ait. Ocht? Ocht. Ocht? She says that she knows Marina, and that they go way back, much to Pearl's surprise. She also says that she calls those fish gelatins. Then she gives us a color chip, which are basically upgrades that you put into a pallet, which holds said color chips. There are many types of color chips, each with their own upgrades that fall under a specific category. The categories being power, support, range, mobility, lucky, and drone. Power is basically damage. The chips in the power category improve the damage of your attacks. Support chips increase your ink efficiency and can help you with your aim. Range chips increase your range, ink more turf, and even pierce enemies. Mobility chips increase the player's run and swim speed and can refill your special gauge on the go. Lucky chips increases the chances of items like armor and ink refill item spawns and can spawn lucky bombs, which sometimes spawn when an enemy is splatted, which can then explode to splat other enemies. Drone chips boost Pearl's drone abilities in multiple different ways. like damage boosts and granting different types of specials. You can work on getting an even amount of each chip, or you can get a specific group of chips depending on your weapons, such as power, which would make rollers a menace. I often found myself having to think, what is the best chip to choose based off of what weapon I'm using and what my style of play is? Damage rate and blast radius is good for the blaster. Range and fire rate is good for the minigun, etc. The elevator takes you up one floor at a time, and each floor is randomized each run. There are 5 different modes to sink the 8-ball, escort the tower, protect the zone, destroy the portal, and defeat the fleeing foe. Protect the zone is basically the splat zones from Anarchy battles, and you have these sprinkler guys who fly and spout ink to deal with. Your goal here is the same as the Anarchy battle splat zones. Cover the zone your ink, and keep it covered for a certain amount of time. Escort the tower, you have a small tower. You have to shoot to make it move, and you need to get it from point A to point B. And you'll have enemies that try to stop you, of course. Destroy the portal has orbs that spawn enemies, and you have to shoot and destroy all the orbs to beat the floor. Sink the 8-ball, you have to shoot the ball to a platform while defending yourself against the enemies. Defeat the fleeing foe. God, I hate the wheelfish. These enemies will run away the moment they notice you, and you have to try to splat all of them while dealing with the regular enemies. This makes you have to really plan here, like throw a bomb on one end, then meet them when they run the opposite direction and splat them. These are all quite fun modes. Destroy the portal is the easiest, I think. Don't rush it, make sure you clear out the enemies, and destroy the orbs. It gets much easier to beat when you have plenty of chips. There are also different difficulties, easy, normal, hard, and rigorous. And dear god, rigorous splat zones is a nightmare. It's back and forth, and back and forth. Make sure to use the pearl plot. Watch out for the sniper. Make sure to get rid of the stupid Twizzler. There are also multiple maps for each difficulty, and I still don't think I've seen every map. So that adds not only to the replayability, but the difficulty, as the maps for the harder difficulties are usually much harder than the maps for the easier difficulties. After you beat the 10 floors and reach the top floor, you are met with Marina. Except now she's big and evil. She says a little speech before you battle her. After the speech, the battle begins. You have to destroy these orbs, which can spawn enemies, to break her shield and attack her. After enough attacks, you beat her, and she becomes good again.
Yo, what's up, Marina? Ugh, that a pearl. I don't even want to know what that goopy stuff.
Then Order reveals himself to be the one pulling the strings here.
What in the... Grayscaling interrupted. Intuit is confirmed. Disorderly. Classifying as... Who's this fool? I am order itself. A consciousness generated from the process of many... I am now fully realized that therefore have no further use for a host vessel. All things will be converted to memory. Whoa!
Then, boom! You, Pearl, and Marina are all blown off the tower to the ground. The text Splatoon 3 appears, then the screen goes white and shows the text Side Order. There we go. Had my head injury a bit. Anywho, so they fell out of the Tower of Order. What do you think happened? Either A, they died from the fall, or B, they miraculously survived. If you chose A, you chose the most realistic yet most incorrect answer. Once Agent 8 wakes up, Marina takes the time to explain everything. Apparently, we're inside the Memverse, a virtual reality Marina made. The cloud creature, Order, took control of Marina and caused the whole Memverse to go haywire. Once in control, Order sucked who knows how many people into the members and started a
Even
process
if it gets
called
what it wants in
grayscaling,
members,
which
who
I'll let
cares?
Marina
The world
explain.
stays in the real world, right? Yeah, about that. Order is using what it calls grayscaling to neutralize the will of everyone that's trapped here. So if someone goes through grayscaling here in the members, it has an effect on the real person. That about summed it up. Yeah, anyone who goes through grayscaling will slowly start to lose their will in actual reality too. And Order's just getting started. It plans to keep pulling people into the members. If we don't stop it, people all over the world will lose their wills. Life as we know it will be over.
Marina laments about how this is
really
all
sad.
her fault. To
Nope,
which Pearl
nah.
completely
I blame Denise for
rejects,
making
and
the members.
everyone, Agent 8, Pearl,
If that creep order
and
hijacked your
Marina,
work, should be
all
sorry
band
I never
together to
tried.
defeat Order.
We're all gonna kick that loser out together. Haha, Pearl, you say the coolest things.
Before entering the tower, Marina explains to Agent 8 that Order somehow jacked the threat level up as high as it will go. For example, the tower is now much taller, now standing at 30 floors. Thank God there's an elevator. Whenever we fail, we go all the way back to the beginning. However, she did create the members, so she can hack the system, override any changes, and make it easy for us. As long as we have this DLC's currency, Priz.
Hacking done. But you should have some Priz already, I think. Oh, I do. There you go! Those Priz were generated when you came out of the Spire. Every time you leave, your color chips and membucks will automatically be converted into Priz.
She also gives you her palette, each palette corresponding to a specific person and having different weapons, then points to a set of lockers, saying that her scans have revealed there are other palettes in those lockers. She hands you 3 keys that she found herself, which you can use to unlock some of the lockers. Inside, you'll find every one of Marina's dev diary, a banner, and...
Yeah, I got one more key. Agent
Agent 4? Is Nintendo actually gonna do something new and unique with them since they were basically a copy of Agent 3 and Splatoon 2? They became sort of the forgotten agent. Well, before we delve inside the tower, taking a moment to read the first page of Marina's dev diary reveals a bunch of lore stuff, which I won't really go into here, but all the pages basically reveal info about the progress of the members, Off the Hook's world tour, and even a bit about Oct. Inside the tower, you'll enter the elevator to see that Marina will now be joining us too. She, Pearl, and Oct will occasionally converse in between levels. Moving on to the tower itself, as Marina said earlier, there are now 30 floors, with 2 boss fights and the final boss, Order. The standard enemies throughout each level become much easier to defeat the more chips you get, but before you're powerful enough, it's best to take it slow. Don't rush the enemies, focus on clearing them out first, especially with the portal levels. The zone levels can get pretty hard too, as these guys spawn in often now. They don't really attack you, they just spout ink everywhere like a sprinkler. I make sure to clear out any enemies and wipe the sprinkler guy out. However, some of the zone levels have 2 zones. I just repeat the same process, but when I splat a sprinkler enemy, I quickly run over to the other zone so I'm prepared for the next sprinkler. It works because each time those guys spawn in, they always target the other zone instead of the same one. So even if 2 or more spawn in, you can kind of follow along like a rhythm of sorts. Rigorous, which I mentioned earlier, is now available, and there's also bonuses and dangers. The rigorous levels can be great and even fun challenges when you have plenty of chips, and can be really good for grinding any specific enemies. Bonuses give you the chance to earn extra membucks upon beating the floor, either by adding a challenge/restriction or giving you a color chip saturation, which basically gives you a ton of the same tone of chips, and you can play around and unleash mayhem with this. These are fun little breaks, especially in the later floors like floors 15 to 29. Having to constantly be focused, attentive, and not make too many mistakes gets tiring. So these floors are just nice to blast through and show these fish who's boss. Danger levels pop up from time to time, and there's always a restriction of some sort. and if you decide to skip that level, it has the chance to pop up more often. I usually attempt a level with a danger when it's easy or normal difficulty, but I only do the higher levels with the danger when I'm confident I have enough chips. Because of that, also adding in the fact that it could pop up more and more if you skip them, it adds not only difficulty, but a sense of unease and tension.
Oh my god!
Failed
I'm so dead!
First go around. Oh, yeah. Did I forget to mention that when you fail, you not only restart from the very beginning again,
I
but
regret
also lose
choosing
all your
rigorous.
chips? Well, one upside is that your chips
Holy.
are to Priz. That's nice. Before entering the tower again, I paid Marina to perform some hacking, only on extra lives, but that allowed me to enter the tower with 2 lives from then on. Fast forward to floor 5, Marina explains that if you fail after passing floor 5, you get bonuses, such as starting the next run with 500 membucks and a guaranteed vending machine floor at floor 5. Vending machines offer you the choice to purchase items such as different sidearms, different specials, chips, and priz for when you return back to outside. It's randomized on each vending machine floor, and each holds a certain amount of chips you can purchase. My usual rule here is once you get that hack that allows you to revive yourself when you lose all of your lives for a certain amount of membucks, buy whatever you feel is necessary, but leave yourself the amount of membucks needed to revive yourself. This can make choosing what to buy difficult, and it's hard to just leave without purchasing anything, because that means you gain nothing from that floor, whereas you could have just chosen one of the other 2 floors, and at least been guaranteed a chip upon beating said floor. This run, at floor 10, I encountered my first boss, a synchronous Rondo, which I'll be referring to as Rondo. Rondo has layers that rotate around itself, with protruding rectangular weak points on each layer. You must destroy each layer to defeat Rondo. Occasionally, Rondo will go crazy, do a random attack such as lasers or rockets, and spawn in some gelatin enemies. But after this, Rondo will need a temporary cooldown, giving you an opening to attack. Also, make sure to avoid the floodlight, as that will alert Rondo of your presence, and do the same thing I just said earlier. Rondo to me is the easiest boss. Maybe too easy. Avoid Rondo's attacks, splat the gelatins, and destroy the layers. Sure, you have the floodlight that gradually spins around faster to deal more damage, but if you have a weapon with enough range, you can attack the layers above the bottom one, and the floodlight won't change speed at all, which makes beating Rondo much easier and faster, especially for speedrunners. Once I defeated Rondo, I received a key for the lockers. Each boss will actually grant you a key. The other bosses are pinging Narcial and Parallel Cannon. First, pinging Narcial, which I'll be referring to as Mercy. Mercy is pretty much a ball with little openings as weak points. Occasionally, it'll suddenly stop and charge at you, leaving bombs in its path. When it hits the bumpers at the sides and the corners of the arena, it'll trigger a wave breaker-like attack and spawn in some gelatins. This one is simple, but time-consuming. You have to constantly chase Mercy, and you often have to stop to deal with the other gelatins before chasing Mercy again. The other boss, Parallel Cannon, features these gelatin-like blob things that take the form of Inklings, whose hairstyle can actually be influenced by the hairstyle you chose for your Inkling character in Splatoon 2. If you imported your save data from Splatoon 2 into Splatoon 3, that is. These Inklings arrive in 3 different waves from 1 to 3 then to 5 at a time, and act like the Orkling enemies from the previous games. Those levels from the previous games were hard for me, and this wasn't any different. So I played it very safe during each of these fights, trying to get each one alone, and in an open area so I have room to run and escape if needed. Eventually, on my 6th run, I made it to the top of the tower, and met up with Order once again. Marina does this whole speech thing, which, again, I'll let her do the talking.
Peaceful world. Reasons to oppose this include error. No reasons found. The tutorial boss. I can't deny this, that a chaotic world's an unstable one, but that uncertainty can tire you out or make you scared of what tomorrow might bring. There have been times where I wished everything could stay the same forever. Sometimes when colors clash and mix, you end up with mud. But every now and then you get to see a beautiful rainbow. And in the end, that's a gamble I'm willing to take. With Pearl, Nate, and Ike, and everyone else. This world's architect, my creator, would deny me. Illogical, irrational, error, unrecoverable mentality error has occurred. The sentence for interruption of orders, sorry, I couldn't read that. Oh my god.
Once your speech is done, you finally get to fight Order, who's now taken the form as Overloader, and put up a shield. You have to destroy these portals, which will spawn gelatins. Well, that seems easy. That's not all. Overloader will attack you with 3 specials at random: Killer Whale, Reef Slider, Chunks, and he'll throw his tentacles up, so when you're in the way, he'll go flying. Be sure to use Pearl to fly to safety. It will always head in your direction, so I found it best to just drop whatever I was doing and run, as I'd take too much damage otherwise. Once you destroy the portals, his shield will break, allowing you to attack him. Attacking him enough will initiate the next phase, Phase 2. Phase 2 has more portals that now move, and Overloader will attack with specials more often. Basically repeat what you did with the previous phase, and his shield will break. However, when he attacks, I still feel it's best to just run. The damage you take makes it not worth saying to destroy a portal. Phase 3 features even more portals, which
If
also
you press
move.
B, oh,
and
you,
Overloader now attacks
oh,
even
I'm
more
a
frequently.
dumbass!
When his shield breaks, he attacks so frequently that most of the time you can only get a few shots in before having to run. Keep doing this. It may take a while, but it's less likely you'll die this way. Once you deal with all 3 phases, you'll decide... Screw it.
I don't want to play World. Did I get the bad ending or something? Oh, my heart is beating. Oh, oh, it's not the end. Oh, okay, of course. Lovely. Couldn't be the end.
However, it's not over yet! But first press this button a bunch.
Stop celebrating. I just stopped! Stream delay, okay? My god, how many times do I have to press? My god! How many times do I have to press this? Yeah, Zach. There we go. I'm sorry to any kids listening. I cuss like a sailor. There it is, eh? I'm feeling your vibe. And Marina, your backing track slaps. I was here. Don't bet on it quite yet, because I only got 1 life. I've only got 1 life left. I'm so I've only got 1 life. This is your fish. You can do. I got 1 life. After this is stasis, I'm taking forever. You kidding? We're still on tour. Sir, final phase is easy. You said the freaking phase. This previous phase was easy. That was insanity. Oh. You get max chips. Does that mean I get max lives or something? Because that would be really nice. Island's just self-animating. Why? This is the time my brain is undivided errors occurring. That's what you dreamed at some point, even you can't stand it anymore. But we got the ink to fix that. Don't get cut. Stay off the hook. That was kind of dramatic. You know, max buffs like max attack. But I still got 1 life, so I might be big. Hey, the pallet's empty. Did I do this? Look! I think I see Hunter trapped inside those portals. Encore time.
Now destroying each portal grants you a whole ton of each ton of chips, making you stupidly powerful. Now you can kick Overload's butt without a sweat!
Yeah! We were here! Yes, you were! Hey! Holy fuck! Press special, I did. Holy fucking hell! Warning, unidentified areas occurring! Warning! Unidentified areas occurring! Wait, what? Wait, what's that? It's so cute! You ruined everything! You ruined everything! I was so close! You ruined everything! If it weren't for you wearing kids! Holy fuck! Aw, Pillow! Alright, time for us to bounce. Oh boy, it's it's the 4-year-old. Holy fridge. Three hours! It took 3 hours!
And that's it! Dot! Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel, and welcome to a segment I call Goodwill Gaming, where I review random games I buy from my local Goodwill. The games from Goodwill are $6 each, and most probably won't be big name titles like Mario, Red Dead Redemption, Halo, Gears of War, Animal Crossing, The Last of Us, etc. Regardless, I'm going to review any game from Goodwill that I just happen to find interesting. The 2 games I have today are Pirates vs. Ninjas Dodgeball and Six Flags Fun Park. Alright, first up, Pirates vs. Ninjas Dodgeball. Boot up the game, single player, story, and pirates. Play, finally. Why is the dialogue so slow? Man, even if I was interested in the story at least a little bit, the dialogue going this slow just makes me uninterested. My god! The controls are wonky, and there's no boundary line in the middle. Because of this, all the players just rush to the ball and often all just get within mere inches of each other and repeatedly throw the ball at each other. That's just annoying. Oh. Next up, we have our first match against our enemies, the ninjas. This game just feels so underbaked. For example, these guys have completely glitched out, and oftentimes when you throw a ball at an enemy, sometimes it just won't hit due to another person being in front of them. In future matches, you also go up against not ninjas. These always act the same in battle, but have their own personalities separate from the ninjas. Later on, you'll meet robots as well, which, again, act the same in battle. The enemies don't get harder each match. Rather, the way the game changes the difficulty is by changing the amount of players that are in a match. Which just feels unfair. The graphics in this game just look awful. Sure, it's a game for the Wii, but take a look at Super Mario Galaxy, New Super Mario Bros. Wii, Pikmin 2, and then this game. This clearly seems like a quick cash grab of a game. Awful graphics, glitches, and unfair gameplay that's implemented because they couldn't possibly make the AI harder. Speaking of unfair, look at this. What? The ball followed me! Yeah, the ball follows you. Even when I dodge, the ball still hits me. This happened over and over and over and over and over and over. By the way, you can catch the ball. This game makes no effort to teach you how to play the game in-game. You have to go and check the controls in the menu. What game doesn't teach you how to play the game in-game? That's just lazy. I eventually beat the pirate story and moved on to the ninja story. Yep, I'm done. Alright, next up, Six Flags Fun Park. Over 40 thrilling games and a bonus $30 value voucher for a Six Flags theme park kids admission. So it's not valid anymore. Who designed the kids? My god. They're horrifying. Okay, whatever. I made me. Let's just get on with the game. You know that girl who was on the news for putting super glue in her hair, then after some time crying about having to get it out somehow? Yeah, this kid makes me think of her if she was a guy. Oh, and apparently this isn't just a theme park game. It has missions. I'm relatively okay with the idea of missions, as Roller Coaster Tycoon had its own, albeit scaled down version of that concept. The missions are quite simple. Very simple. Help planter Pete pluck some weeds. Plant trees and bushes that magically grow up within a mere couple of seconds. Help this kid who's in jail after being framed. Help Jack of most trades deliver a package to some dude who's apparently half fish? Some of these missions are just... wow. I don't know what to say. Help deliver a package to some dude who's half fish? That's hard to believe. Help prove that this kid is innocent to get him out of jail. Look at him. He's wearing prison clothes and all. Isn't this a theme park? This song gets a good chuckle out of me. Because it's just ridiculous. All of it literally makes no sense. Why are they putting a kid to work the moment they arrive at a theme park, no less? Why is there a kid in jail with prison clothes on? Why is there... this guy here? Pushing that aside, we have the attractions. And honestly, they're not that bad. We have multiple different sections of the park, each with their own themes, like spooky, space, pirate, etc. There are games such as baseball, go-karts, a spooky ride where you go through a haunted mansion and use the motion controls to shoot ghosts and other stuff. A game where you go fishing. A reason to wear this hat. For sharks. Hopefully fake sharks. The controls and mechanics can be a bit wonky, but honestly it's not too bad to where it's just abysmal to play. The go-kart game was actually one of my favorites. The second thing is that you have to complete quests and clean up trash to actually gain money to buy tickets for the attractions. Oh, yeah, and there's a backstory. Why? Pirates vs. Ninjas Dodgeball was a cheaply made, put together cash grab. Bad graphics, bad controls, a storyline that quickly becomes uninteresting with the slow dialogue regardless of how good it may be, and the abysmal unfairness of the game. It is not worth even $6 to me. But Six Flags Fun Park, while it isn't Wii Sports, has some games that are actually pretty decent. But it's just overshadowed by the quests and the fact that you have to clean up trash and complete quests to get money to buy tickets for the attractions. The quest and backstory, I could do without. But the games are actually enjoyable. Is it worth $6 to me? Actually, kinda, yeah. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. Last year, Nintendo announced they'd be releasing a remaster of Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon for the Nintendo Switch. I was excited. Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon is one of my favorite games of all time. Don't worry, you're still my first favorite. So now that the remaster is out, I thought I'd talk about some of the differences between the remaster and the original, and have sort of a point system to sort of rank the two for fun. First off, the menu. The title screen used to just be the logo on a black background, then the save file screen is on a gray and purple background, which, speaking of logos, they changed the name from Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon to Luigi's Mansion 2. I'm not a huge fan of the new subtitle. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like the new title. I know everywhere else outside the United States, it was released as Luigi's Mansion 2. But I feel like it's a great subtitle. It's simple, yet effective in telling you what the topic of the game is. The new logo is just Luigi's Mansion 2, with no mansion or moon sticking out the corner. However, the background is no longer just a black background, but a view of Evershade Valley and the Gloomy Manor, all accompanied by the dark moon in the top right corner, reminiscent of Luigi's Mansion 1 and 3, which is nice. Love the new title screen, don't really like the new name, so I'm giving both games half a point. Next up are points that I couldn't figure out whether to put into its own category or put it in an already made category. So, I've decided to make both these next facts and the previous ones subcategories of one category. the user interface category. The text boxes have changed. In the original, Dr. Egad's head would appear in the text box as an icon, just like the text boxes in Luigi's Mansion 1. In the remaster, the icon is replaced with his name. In the original, Dr. Egad's face appears at the bottom right when he's calling you. In the remaster, his face now appears at the bottom left when he's calling you. These seem like odd changes to me, and I like the icons. So that's a point for the original. Arguably, the biggest change between the remaster and the original are the graphics. Let's take a look at the world map. Gloomy Manor now has more detail, with visible bricks and a darker color to match the manor in levels. Treacherous Towers now seem a bit taller on the world map, and is surrounded by more trees than in the original, which are also now bigger. The roof of the old clockworks is more detailed now, and the clock on the clock tower is more detailed now as well. Even the cliffs have more detail, now having visible layers. The old mine no longer has ice, instead going with all mountains and snow, which I personally prefer the ice, but it's not that big a change. The Treacherous Mansion didn't change that much at all, besides what was already there now looking better. I definitely think the world map looks leagues better now. There's only one thing I don't like, which is the ice being removed. Since there's only one thing I don't like, I'm giving this point to the remaster. Next up, the characters' graphics. The ghosts in the original were much more see-through, lighter in color, and not that saturated. The remaster changes that, making them less see-through, darker in color, and more saturated. I'm personally a sucker for bright colors. However, the ghosts in the original seem more ghost-like, with them being more see-through. Also, the boos have changed slightly. Their eyes are connected to their eyebrows, and they have a blue glow around them, whereas in the original, their eyes were disconnected from their eyebrows, and they had no blue glow, which I think the blue glow makes them more ghost-like. Dr. Egad looks better with the graphical overhaul, and his buttons on his coat changed to white for some reason. However, Luigi is the one who's changed the most. The clothes have more texture to them, such as his overalls looking more denim now. They also have visible stitching. His shoes are more detailed. His mustache has visible strands of hair along with his head hair. Even the L on his hat looks great. He also just looks less blocky overall. Now Egad has more of a reason to tell Luigi he has a very bushy mustache. With these much better graphics, I'm giving this point to the remaster. In levels, quite a few things have either changed design or have kept the original design but are now more detailed. This will be split into two separate subcategories, in-level designs and in-lab designs. Some roads have kept the same design, but others have changed. The flooring has even changed in some areas, such as here, where it's now white and red instead of white and black. The wallpaper in some rooms have rips and tears. The suits of armor now have visible rust and don't look as blocky. For instance, they now have fingers, where in the original, they didn't. Yeah, definitely more realistic. Cans now have labels, and in the piano room, the books thrown at you have covers. The car in the garage looks slightly different too. Even the bushes, grass, and webs have changed, the bushes now having more visible leaves, while keeping the same blocky design. The grass is accompanied by mounds of dirt, and the webs look less thick. Most of these changes just make the game look better or more realistic, so I'm giving this point to the remaster. In the vault, the info box for Ghosts has changed location, become bigger, and is now see-through, which I actually like. It just fits more to me. This device that shows you the upgrades you have has changed. The info box here has changed location, like the one for the ghosts, become see-through, and is displayed right next to the text that tells you how much gold you currently have, and how much you need to unlock the next upgrade. These changes don't really make much of a difference, but to me, it just looks better, and I can't quite explain why, so I'm giving this point to the remaster. Gameplay-wise, there are a few changes I noticed. When trying to suck up cloth or other things with the Poltergust 5000, Luigi no longer sort of leans back while pulling. However, he leans back when trying to suck up ghosts. This is an odd change to me, as it seems more realistic to lean back to suck up anything. Another little change is that this counter no longer appears to show you how many ghosts you've captured, which in the original would update the count each time you captured a ghost. I don't really like either of these changes, so I'm giving this point to the original. That's pretty much all the differences I could find. Now, there are a few extra things here and there that I didn't mention, like the items Luigi uses having brighter colors to make the items' little details much more visible. But I didn't just want to sit here and talk about color differences and all that, so I'm just briefly mentioning them here. A lot of the changes are nice, and honestly, I didn't notice most of them when playing for the first time, as it feels like everything is just how we imagined it to look. So when it's finally added or edited to look like such, it feels like it's always been there. At least, that's how it feels to me. No matter what though, Luigi's mustache always looks magnificent. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel, and, well, it's that time. It has been 2 years since the launch of Splatoon 3. Nintendo did say before the game launched that once it hit the 2-year mark, they'd stop supplying the game with free updates. Now, does that mean there will be no more Splatfests at all? Who knows? That could change. I mean, look at Splatoon 2. They had multiple Splatfests even after the final fest. But that is not what I am here for. I am here to talk about the last 6 months of the game's era and what I think about it. The March Splatfest was announced to be running from the 22nd of March to the 24th of March, with the theme being, which instrument would you play? The themes were drums, guitar, and keyboard. I was actually kind of excited, as this Splatfest was set to start on my birthday, the 22nd of March. However, I don't really play any instruments. Still happens on my birthday though, so that's brownie points for me. I decided to choose Team Keyboard, since my ma used to play that. I made the aerospray for the Splatfest, and honestly, it didn't go that bad. Except for the stupid dumb tricolor matches, they still suck. I also decided to make myself suffer and eat 2 spicy chips for every match I lost. My stomach and teeth were dying.
Last 2 hours there. Always convenient to hanging. Nah, there's 2 people saying the same thing, Soup. You gotta believe us. Guys, Gib is gone. Grib is done, guys. That's the last few.
The Splatfest came to an end on the 24th, with Team Keyboard winning. Poor Fry.
He doesn't deserve second place.
I'll
Is this
take
the closest
it!
she ever got to one?
Poor Fry. It was announced on Twitter that a Springfest would run from the 19th of April to the 21st of April. It would be yet another special Splatfest that had all sorts of cosmetic changes to the cities, a logo for the event, and even new music and outfits for the idols. The theme was, it's spring! Which furry fluffiness do you like the most? Baby chicks, little bunnies, or bear cubs? I chose Team Little Bunnies since my family owned bunnies when I was little. I'm gonna be honest. I raged multiple times during this Splatfest, mainly due to this dumb, stupid special triple splashdown. Activate it, and even if you splat the enemy, the special still does its thing. It feels like such a scapegoat to me, and like I said, even if you splat the enemy, the special still does its thing. It has so much range, too. The special makes the Booyah Bomb look like a drop of ink to me. Of course, I did a few matches of Tricolor just to say I did participate in some. I won't really speak about Tricolor matches from here on out, as I'm just gonna repeat myself. Anyway, the Springfest ended on the 21st with Team Bear Cubs winning.
Didn't even get second place.
May featured both a Splatfest and an extra work event, with the latter happening on the 1st. As always, there's a total of 5 waves, with the first wave being a casual wave of solenoids, no fog or any other effects. Next wave, however, is a Goldie wave. Seems easy, just find him, shoot him as much as possible, put eggs in, bam. However, after a while, we found it better to only shoot at him when he got close to the basket instead of just shooting him wherever he went, as that allowed us to not only spend less time grabbing eggs, but it also made it easier since there was less distance between us and the basket. The next wave was another normal solenoid wave, but low tide. This wave was rough. Eel boys, flipper floppers, laser boys, UFOs, fish sticks, steelheads, cars, you name it, they were there. Wave 3 always seems to be the killer round in every extra work. The fourth wave was a cannon wave, which seemed easy at first, but man, you can get overrun quickly. Fifth wave was yet another normal solenoid wave, but of course that didn't make it any less difficult. The results came out on the 12th of May, and okay, the Splatfest can't be worse. Can it? The next Splatfest began on the 17th of April, with the theme being, what would you do at the world's end? Same old, bucket list, or save the day, which I chose the latter. And I used the octobus a lot this time. Oh, remember when I said the Splatfest can't be worse? Can it? It can. Miniguns destroyed me this Splatfest.
Man! It's a minigun! Ugly. I'm about to. Ow, 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 ow! I'm somehow not dead. No!
I reached more than I did the last Splatfest. Sometimes I can't help but wonder, did I choose the wrong team? Should I have decided to just relax as the world ends, or work my way down a bucket list? Are the other teams full of pros or something? I don't have much to say here, other than, dear God, I received a lot of emotional damage from miniguns. It came to an end on the 19th, the winner being...
Oh? Yo! Yo! Oh my god!
Yeah, I'm not even mad at this. Fry finally won a Splatfest. She hadn't won a Splatfest since the Taste Sensation Splatfest back all the way in January 2023. June featured the Big Run. Why was it called that? Well,
He gets 6 shillings, he made his money back.
Let's go!
yep, all 3 Solenoid Kings could spawn, though I heard they had less health to make it easier. That's scary. Let's talk about something not scary. This thing. It's the Grisco Roller. What's special about it? I love this thing. Just running around like a crazy person, steamrolling over every enemy you see. So much fun. Though, be careful, people fell off into the water a lot. The 3 bosses, dubbed the Triumvirate, were insanely difficult to beat. We got close quite a few times, and oftentimes all that was left was the Ouroboros. But, after enough practice and effort, me, David, and Curry managed to defeat them. And I got silver too. I also got to be a match commentator over private battles during this event, and man, it was so much fun. Now I was gonna talk about the next couple of Splatfests and whatnot and proceed with the usual mumbo jumbo, but if I'm being honest, it got kind of boring. Choose a theme, fight, have these fizz things. The only differences are really the themes and the ink colors. I mean, there are plenty of times where one team just obliterates the other 2 teams, but that's about it. So I'll just talk about what the themes of the next Splatfest were and the results. The next Splatfest was the Summer Night Splatfest, which featured a bunch of graphical changes and whatnot. The theme was, what would you reserve for a day? A palace, theme park, or beach, with Team Beach winning. The next one's theme was, what could you eat every day? Bread, rice, or pasta, with Team Rice winning. There was an extra work event in July, which, as usual, was Hired to Master, especially since the 2 main parts of the stage are disconnected. We had to have 2 people on each side, or else it just wouldn't work egg count wise. Once we got that down, all that was left was the other waves. I'm being chased by a giant worm, help. What?
Okay, let's see.
I found it.
Oh, I was.
The Grand Fest was now just 2 months away, and Nintendo put up shirts and a bracelet for sale, with the first set to release sometime in September. The Grand Fest stage is about to be under attack. It's time to fight off the Solenoids once again from the 6th of September to the 8th of September. This time, if all of us work hard enough and collected 700 million golden eggs, we'll all get extra scales. Everyone got to use a Gribriel weapon, which made it a lot of fun. But in the higher ranks of Executive VP, it was still hard to complete a shift. I played for about 16 hours in total. I learned to utilize the shield-piercing weapons as much as possible. And if you got overran, while it wasn't always game over, it pretty much always destroyed any chance of reaching a new high score. Which... Anyway, I did manage to reach max hazard level, and eventually managed to beat the triumph rate on max hazard level on High Tide. After all was said and done, I received my gold trophy. Time to freshen up your locker. Gold. Now, the Grand Festival can safely commence. And they're hosting the Grand Festival near the crater that you were at in the beginning of the game. Right near that same old train stop. The theme is, what is the most important to you? Past, present, or future? I chose Team Present because, yes, the past is important, because it's shaped who we are today. Yes, the future is important, but the present is important because that's when you can make decisions, both for today and tomorrow. This will be the first Splatfest of the game to run longer, running for a whopping 72 hours. The tricolors were open immediately, with every stage being playable. I participated in the normal matches, and a lot of songs that were previously not in the game were played. They were often better than most in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good pair. To spice things up, I switched weapon classes every time I lost a match. I kept this up until the final day. Me and my friends experienced the new Conch Clash mode. Basically, it only happens during mirror matches and increases the conch shells you earn from that match. Later on, I learned that a 10x Conch Clash is equivalent to a 100x match, as it has the same animation and message. However, anyone who reaches ruler rank gets to take foes with any of the idols, or all. I forgot to mention this, but all the idols are performing at the same stage at the Splatfest, which is awesome. And they all have new special outfits, which you could get yourself. I participated in a bunch of tricolor matches when it switched to the main stage, and honestly, it was always chaotic. This stage has a lot of stuff to it, for better or for worse. Anyway, the Grand Festival came to an end on the 15th, with the winning team being Team Past.
Go Callie! That's all I can say. Callie deserved the W. Callie deserved it. Oh yeah, we did it, Marie. Whoop whoop.
I don't know.
It can't be happening.
It feels a bit
right. Grr.
It feels a bit weird that Team Past wins, because I think past is important, but I feel like living in the past for too long doesn't do anyone any favors.
Yeah, and it just gets to your brain. Yeah. Shout out to everyone on Team Pass. You are all the best. They are.
I just hope
Team President felt like there's no tomorrow. Weren't they great, Pearl? Yeah, who cares? History books will say that. Aww. Team Future really went for it. We're still in the actual future, you know? Fresh as ever. In honor of Team Past's victory, let's hear some of everyone's favorite memories. Ooh, I got 1 or 30. We could talk battle stories forever. Mine would be the day I first heard Pearl's voice at Mount Nantai. Let me see the stage, Pearlina Cannon. We don't have the airtime to go that far back. Save it for a podcast. Oh, I still want to hear it. The 7 of us should get together another time. Toads. I got more to say about the Grand Festival with y'all. Right, getting back to that, massive congratulations to everyone on Team Past. Everyone was amazing, and I'm not just saying that. I'm overly sincere. Alright, see you guys all later, everyone. We'll be waiting for you in Inkopolis Plaza. And of course, you can catch us anytime at Inkopolis Square. Hope to see you all in the crowd. Wow. You're the legends for this.
there is one more thing I want to talk about. Side order. I've talked about it a lot, but I want to conclude my review here. Last I left off, I talked about mostly everything and the final boss. After the boss, however, you have the other palettes to deal with. That is, if you really want to 100% the DLC. Each palette having a different weapon, special, and sidearm. So you might get power chips for one palette, but range chips for another. Agent 8's palette is a special case. The more hacks you have, the less chips you can have. If you want to 1000% the DLC, you need to discover every chip in their info bits, same with the enemies and bosses, unlock every hack, and purchase all the items at the shop. You slowly unlock each palette by beating the bosses on floors 10 and 20 with each palette, acquiring the keys from the defeated bosses, and using those to unlock each locker. Over time, you'll unlock every locker and receive each palette. You'll also receive each entry of Marina's dev diary, learning more and more about the history of the members, why she created it, and near the end, you'll find letters from Oct, which I'm pretty sure predate her sanitization. I was honestly more excited about Agent 4's palette more than anything, including the dev diaries. I always thought Agent 4 should have a comeback, or at least have some closure, like now she resides in her home in Inkopolis doing this, or something. But the most you get is some little items with her symbol and title, and a bit from Marina's dev diary stating that Marina was thinking about asking that person Cuttlefish introduced her to be the members of security, which is proven to be Agent 4 in the information tidbit you get for completing Agent 4's palette. After that, there's nothing else. This bugged me, and it still does. I wish Agent 4 could have been in side order in some way, or at least, like I said before, giving closure. Oh, and Smallest grows to like you in the end. Well, that was the last 6 months of Splatoon 3's era, and the last time I will be talking about this game. I have so many things to thank Splatoon 3 for. Sure, it may just be a game or whatever, but I wouldn't have met the people I've met, made the friends I've made, done the things I've done, etc. So, I bow my hat to you, Splatoon, and thank you for the last 2 years. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. 2024 is a month and a half away from being over, and Nintendo did say that they'd be talking about the Nintendo Switch's successor this year. I'm not a tech whiz, nor do I know what kind of console it'll be, hybrid, handheld, whatever. So I'll be discussing a few things I hope to see on this console that I think would be on any console, whether it be a hybrid, a handheld, home console, whatever. The home menu works great in my opinion. A straight line of your most recently played games with the Nintendo Switch Online app, news, eShop, albums, settings, and controller menu all on the bottom. Your profile page at the top left, and a button to see all of your games in a grid at the end. It's not too clustered and easy to use. However, I'd like to have some more customization than some menu themes based on games or color palettes would be nice with the choice of music like the 3DS had. A way you could earn it is by doing some missions, sort of like Nintendo Switch Online's app on the Switch, though without having to pay for a subscription. I mean, who would pay such and such amount of money a month or a year for, I don't know, animals for your background? Nintendo really thinks their fans will buy anything they put out, Now, I know I may be alone or with very few people on this, but I'd like to see a new version of PictoChat. PictoChat was a local wireless chat room, so you had to be near other DSs. It was a niche thing, sure, but it was a fun and silly little thing to use with friends or family, and you could use it so no one hears what you're saying. I used PictoChat a bunch as a kid with my family. Me and my sibling would be in our separate bedrooms sending random messages and pictures, and that was fun. Like I said, it may be niche, but Nintendo has always been an outside-the-box company, so I don't think it's that much of an ask. Going back to the album, I do like the ability to just click this button to take a screenshot and hold it down to take a video. It makes it really easy to access, especially if you're in a tight spot or whatever you want to capture will go by quickly. However, I'd like the ability to be able to start the recording whenever. Leave the original two options tied to the button and have a menu to go into to click record. The eShop. The eShop was always fun to browse on the 3DS and Wii U for me, even when you weren't planning on purchasing anything. They always had a nice layout and great music. Now, it's not only bland, but scrolling down a few categories it gives you.
What's that?
Nothing, Dad. I feel it's obvious the Nintendo Switch eShop isn't all that great. It's so darn slow, and the categories it does have just suck. Like the best sellers category, it hardly ever changes. Smash Bros has been there for ages. Minecraft, Stardew Valley, Mario Kart 8, which is over a decade old now. Among Us, you get the point. Coming soon is hit or miss, and recent releases usually full of shovelware and that. Nintendo really needs to change the eShop for the successor. Make it fun to explore again. Like, add some music. Decorate the place to make it look all nice and pretty like the 3DS and Wii U eShops were. I also want to add, if you're using a child account with age restrictions on it, you will still see this 18 plus content. The only difference is when you click on it, it'll not let you see it all and say, hey, a parent needs to come over and enter the password to temporarily disable this 18 plus filter. Put that stuff in its own category. Maybe you have to prove your age with ID. Something. In terms of games, a new Splatoon game would be awesome if done right, which I'll be talking about a different time. I don't know if we need a new Super Smash Bros. Game. Ultimate has pretty much everything, and what it doesn't have, Nintendo could just re-release those some extra features and content. Unless Nintendo adds backwards compatibility, there's not much point to a new Super Smash Bros. Game in my opinion. Mario Kart 9. Please, please, God, please. Imagine, you get the brand new Nintendo console bundled with a game. And it's Mario Kart 8. Oh boy, I got the new console and a game to go along with it! Oh. A Donkey Kong game that's not a re-release, a 2D Mario game, a Zelda game. Putting that aside for a moment, it seemed weird to me that Nintendo released Tears of the Kingdom, Mario Wonder, Echoes of Wisdom, etc. near the end of the Switch's life. Why not save that stuff for the successor console? Moving on, I'd love to see a new Animal Crossing game. That's not New Horizons. I won't say much, as I've talked about this before. But stop with the stupid free updates that just add what was in the previous game at launch. In fact, stop releasing games and saying that you'll be giving free updates that add stuff that are clearly important to the game. It just makes your games feel bare bones, and by the time you add everything, who cares? Those are my points I want to see addressed in the successor to the Nintendo Switch. I didn't want to talk about controllers, ports, etc., as that really just depends on what type of console it is. Keep in mind, these are my opinions, so there are some stuff that I intentionally glossed over as I just wasn't interested. Anyway, what do you want to see in the successor to the Nintendo Switch? Since when did you work here?
Since I moved up here to take care of you.
Why?
You like food, right?
True. Anywho, this is an Atari VCS, the 2021 model. Can I trade this in for a Super Mario Bros. Wonder?
That's my VCR. If it wasn't mine, I'd say, yeah, you can have it for free, but yeah, $10.
$10.
Oh, and on your way home, stop and grab milk and eggs.
Yes, Father.
See you at home.
Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. I traded my Atari VCS for a copy of Super Mario Bros. Wonder because, wow, that was a pretty underwhelming console. Well, now I have the new 2D Mario game, and wow, the box looks pretty cool. It shows most of the playable characters with new power-ups. The Wonder in the logo looks pretty awesome as well. I love the colors. Though they could have maybe changed the Super Mario Bros. Logo up a bit for this new era, but at least it doesn't have this disgusting thing. Turn the case over around to the back, you see a bunch of different levels being showcased, all with new graphics, creatures, power-ups, and Bowser's new castle. It even showcases the new Wonder Flowers and alludes to what they do. Opening the case up, you get to see the world map of the game. I love all the vibrant colors, but it looks like all the different areas are the same generic themes. Grass, jungle/forest, beach/water, snow, desert, mountain, cloud, lava. But I have no idea what this theme is supposed to be. I was hoping Nintendo would add some different themes, but it appears they didn't. Also, it looks like Yoshi might be a playable character. That would be so cool. I wonder, could a Yoshi ride another Yoshi? Well, only one way to find out!
New office, huh?
Yeah, I got it all nice and set up and moved offices from that one over to here. What'd you think?
Looks decent. Although you ever had me hang this stuff up again, I will kill you.
Duly noted. Okay, so the intro screen is literally the box art, and there's no animations whatsoever. That seems kind of lazy, especially since the Mario games before this have some sort of animations or cutscenes. Super Mario Odyssey, Super Mario 3D World, Super Mario 3D Land, New Super Mario Bros. U, New Super Mario Bros. Wii, etc. Pressing A will bring you to the Save Files menu, and making a new save file will bring you to the Character Selection menu. You can choose between Mario, Luigi, Peach, Daisy, Yellow Toad, Blue Toad, Toadette, Yoshi, Red Yoshi, Yellow Yoshi, Light Blue Yoshi, and Nabbit.
There's a blue Toad, but no blue Yoshi?
They ran out of funding.
Shoot Nintendo.
and yet they keep charging us $70 for games instead of $60. That's quite odd. Well, maybe they didn't add a blue Yoshi because there's a blue Toad, but there's a yellow Yoshi and a yellow Toad. So what's the deal here? Oh, and it says here that Yoshis and Nabbit won't take damage, but they also won't transform with power-ups. If someone wants to play this game with less difficulty, the Yoshis and Nabbit sort of represent an easy difficulty, although they can't transform with power-ups. I guess it's supposed to make it balanced, which makes sense. Welcome to the Flower Kingdom. It's just a short hop away from the Mushroom Kingdom. Wow, I gotta say, I love the graphics. Nintendo's really changed things up a bit. Even the characters are a bit different. The animations are different, and there's even little details like Luigi and Mario's hat nearly flying off. I love little details like that. This is a nice change from Super Mario Bros. It's Prince Florian and the Magical Wonder Flower. Oh, but what's this? It's Kamek! What's gonna happen? Bowser's got the Wonder Flower. What's he gonna do? So everyone congregates together, then Bowser comes along, steals the Wonder Flower, and then wreaks havoc. Could Nintendo really not come up with anything else? Heck, they could have made, I don't know, Wario and Waluigi the main antagonists, have an older character return, or even make a whole new character. Bowser flies off in his new castle, and it's up to you to chase him down and beat him. Starting off with Welcome to the Flower Kingdom, with a talking flower. There are already a bunch of new things. Sleeping Goombas, sideways pipes you can go through, these new purple coins, and a brand new power-up, the Elephant Fruit. You transform into an elephant with this, and you can walk forward and hit enemies, use your trunk to smash bricks in front of you, and store water in your trunk, which you can use to water things, and even stun Goombas. Though, I'm not sure if you can stun other enemies. This is definitely a neat concept, and I like it. I mean, hey, at least they didn't just go, add the Tanuki. You can also collect these mini purple coins, which add 0.1 to your balance, and these giant-sized purple coins, which add 10 to your balance, which, by the way, the purple coin balance is separate from the normal coin balance. The end goal here is to get past whatever the game throws at you, and grab the Wonder Flower. Once you do, chaos. This feels like one of those weird dreams you have, and when you wake up, you question your sanity. Once you get past everything, you can finally grab the Wonder Seed, which makes everything normal again. In each level, though, there are 2 Wonder Seeds, which the second one you get at the end of the level. That was just level 1. Now I'm going to try to talk about the rest of the levels in this area, and I'll try to keep it short. The next level allows you to go into the background, which adds a nice little touch of depth and difficulty. This is also probably my favorite level in this area, because when you grab the Wonder Flower for this level, all the piranha plants dance and sing near the end. The next level features these annoying guys. They run away the moment you get close to them, and you have to chase them down and either defeat them by catching up to them, or defeat them if they happen to get stuck. What's worse is one of these guys carries the Wonder Flower. Grabbing the Wonder Flower for this level causes stars to fall from the sky, and grabbing them will make you invincible and defeat everything you touch. Beating all those levels brings you to the peak of this hill, where you have a short chat with Bowser, watch him fly off, and then follow him to the second part of Pipe Rock Plateau. Here, you enter the first of many badge houses in the game. Badges grant you unique abilities, with the first one granting you the parachute capability. While in midair, press and hold R or shake the controller to open your hat and float slowly downward. I've tried shaking my controller to float, but I just don't like it. You have to continually shake your controller to keep floating, and it doesn't always register for me, so I prefer to hold R. You'll encounter a variety of badge houses throughout the game, and you can also get badges from Poplin shops. In the next level, you encounter these Rhinos, who chase you in one direction when you get close enough. If you lead them in the right directions, they can bash through certain blocks and unlock new areas for you. The wonder flower of this level also makes you ride a stampede of them. The game also has mini-levels, which are more so little challenges / mini-games, which are fun little side things to do. Also, the purple coins I was talking about earlier, well, here in the second part of Pipe Rock Plateau, there is the first of many Poplin shops. The normal coins grant you lives when you collect enough of them, but these purple coins, which are flower coins, are the main form of currency in the Flower Kingdom. You can buy items from the Poplin shops such as 1-up mushrooms, standee surprises, badges, and wonder seeds, though the stock does vary between each shop. Standee surprises, by the way, act as revival stations. At the castle, you'll face off against Bowser Jr. You jump on him, rinse and repeat. Then you become big, you become small, jump on him, rinse and repeat. Then he becomes big, and you become small. What do? Either A, jump on him, B, use your badge to overcome a challenge of some sort, then beat him, or C, get a new badge and beat him with that. Jump on him.
Seriously, 11 years later for this.
After defeating him, you arrive in Petal Isles, which is sort of the main hub area of the game. You see where Bowser's practiced castle and discover that the Wonder Flowers weaken his defenses, so you set off to find more Wonder Flowers. The worlds you'll be traveling through are Fluff Puff Peaks, Shining Falls, Sunbaked Desert, Fungi Mines, Deep Magma Bog, and Special World. This game does have the traditional Mario themes, but there are still quite a few unique ones that aren't necessarily generic, like shadows, swamp, savanna, etc., with unique aspects and features, though I do wish the Van Gogh theme returned as more than just a theme for one level. I won't go into depth of every level and every world, as this would be really long and I haven't beaten the game, but I will talk about some memorable ones that I've played through so far. Wall Climb Jump 2 challenge from Fluff Puff Peaks, which is all about jumping from one wall to another, using a new badge that allows you to jump straight up once on the side of a wall. Jump 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 from Fluff Puff Peaks, which is pretty self-explanatory from the footage here. Pretty challenging, goal to stay focused, but brings a sense of vibrantness, which I like. Up and Down Puffy Lifts, which have these cakes that go up and down, and you can become a cake.
Did that flower really just say you're in great shape?
Yeah.
Well, at least it turned me into a piece of cake, because that is my favorite food.
Fluff Puff Peaks Flying Battleship, which have these firework dudes. Hit them and you can shoot their fireworks into the air to hit objects, and Bowser, who relentlessly pursues you upon grabbing the Wonder Seed. You gotta avoid him, but also stand still sometimes so he can shoot certain blocks out of your way. Downpour Uproar from Shining Falls, which have these clouds that act like sand pillars from New Super Mario Bros. It also has this area where you fly into the sky and avoid these lightning pole things. It gets a bit difficult, and it has these Koopas that get annihilated from time to time, which is hilarious. Timer Switch Dash from some baked desert and the final trial Zip Track Dash are also quite fun. They're challenging and the latter level's end isn't just easy to find like 1, 2, 3. I haven't reached the final boss yet, so I won't be talking about that. Anyway, I really do love this game. Nintendo's really changed things up. There's new graphics, there's new animations, there's new power-ups, the whole 9 yards. Looking back at Super Mario Bros. 1, 2, 3, and World, they all released within 5 years of each other, and they all act and look pretty much different from each other. The new Super Mario Bros. Series, on the other hand, they released within 6 years of each other, and they all look and act pretty much the same, excepting a few different power-ups. I'm glad they stopped doing the same thing over and 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 over again with the new Super Mario Bros. Series. Yoshi can ride a Yoshi! Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. Remember 2013? Well, I do. It was the year I moved to Ohio. It was also the year of Luigi. Nintendo had just released the Wii U back in November of 2012, and we all know how well that console did. Not even New Super Mario Bros. U could say that. Oh, dang it, I'm showing gameplay of New Super Mario Bros. Wii. The game just looks so similar. Nintendo needed to find a way to turn this year around, even if just by a little bit. Well, who better to turn to than Mario's taller brother, Luigi? It all made sense. Nintendo was developing a few games with Luigi in mind, so during a Nintendo Direct in February of 2013, Nintendo announced that this was gonna be the year of Luigi. We'll go in chronological order, starting off with the sequel to Luigi's Mansion for the GameCube, Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon. The game was slated to release in 2013 for the Nintendo 3DS. You play as Luigi helping Dr. Egad capture ghosts and working to restore the broken Dark Moon. Instead of being able to explore one mansion, like in Luigi's Mansion for the GameCube, you were able to explore multiple mansions, each with their own themes, music, and bosses. The game itself is definitely more cartoony than Luigi's Mansion for the GameCube, which I honestly don't mind. I actually don't have too much of a preference between the two styles in the games. I think they're both good in their own ways. Luigi's Mansion 1 has a more spooky feel to it, whereas Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon has a more cartoony feel to it, which Luigi's Mansion 3 leans more into. I also love the music in this game. I especially love Dr. Egad's ringtone, so much so that I set it as my ringtone for all my contacts on my phone. I would pay $8 for classic games postcards. What the heck, Nintendo? Hello? Though I never could beat the second to final level because I was always too slow to capture all the ghosts in time. Looking back now, I think it's probably because I never bothered to use the portals to their fullest potential, considering they're basically shortcuts. But I did beat the Switch remaster. Alright, Nintendo released their first game, part of the Year of Luigi, and it's performing well. There's a good chance Nintendo could turn this year around, oh my god. Well, while the first Luigi game to release as part of the Year of Luigi performed well, the few games that also came out around this time, such as Game & Wario, didn't. But this is just the beginning of the year. There's still a chance to turn it around. Early 2013 is infamous for its drought of new games for the Wii U. Before Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, the Wii U got Lego City Undercover, and Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. The 3DS got Fire Emblem Awakening, Brain Age, Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed, also Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. After that, the 3DS got Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Gates to Infinity, Lego City Undercover, The Chase Begins, Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D, and Animal Crossing New Leaf, which is my first favorite game of all time. The Wii U... Moving on. The other Luigi game that was in development before 2013 was Mario & Luigi Dream Team. I remember watching videos on the game and then buying it with my report card money since I got good grades. Whenever I got good grades in school, I'd get to purchase a game with my report card money, as I called it. Well, you don't play as Luigi, instead you play as Mario. Mario wouldn't get far without Luigi. The game is set on Pailo Island, where Mario and co are attacked by this guy, who was later named Phantasma. Now it's up to the brothers to save the day. Luigi ends up having the ability to sleep on the residents, known as the Paillos, and open a gateway to the dream world, which Phantasma sucks Peach into. Mario can enter the dream world and complete whatever tasks he finds, but he'd never be able to enter without Luigi, making Luigi pivotal in their quest. In the dream world, Luigi isn't there. Instead, there's Dreamy Luigi, a slightly taller version of Luigi with a better mustache, apparently. With him, you have the ability to perform cool attacks that are only available in the dream world. I never got far in the game, only making it here because I thought it'd be a good idea to eat my greasy food and play on the 3DS at the same time, and so I got the R button sticky. Oops. Later that year, in June of 2013, the DLC for New Super Mario Bros. U, titled New Super Luigi U, was released. It's not New Super Luigi Bros. U because they're the Mario Bros. Heck, it was even confirmed by Nintendo that their full names are Mario, Luigi Mario. Anyways, the DLC reuses all the assets from the base game. There's no new assets as far as I'm aware. Well, besides now being a playable character in Mario's absence, making Luigi yet again crucial to the game. Reusing literally everything and adding little to nothing new makes it kind of redundant. However, they did add new mechanics. He has much less friction than Mario and slides around as a result, and he jumps higher and falls slower. They remade all the levels to be not only harder, but also based around his control scheme, which makes the game feel much more like his game. Oh, and while there's only 100 seconds now, they actually feel like seconds. This DLC does suffer from the same infamous ridiculous star coin placements New Super Mario Bros. U suffers from, and some of the secret exit locations are just stupid. If you feel like you haven't gotten a good challenge and a good amount of "how would anyone even guess that" moments out of New Super Mario Bros. U, then give this a try. Dr. Luigi. It's literally just Dr. Mario, but with Luigi. It's technically a new Luigi game, but it's just Dr. Mario with a new green coat of paint. If you played Dr. Mario, you basically played this game. All I have to say about this is, it exists! There are also Easter eggs sprinkled throughout games to celebrate the year of Luigi. New Super Luigi U and Super Mario 3D World have 8-bit sprites of Luigi scattered around for you to find. As a bonus, with 3D World, if you had data for New Super Luigi U on your Wii U, you were granted access to Luigi Bros, a game identical to Mario Bros, but with just Luigi. The year of Luigi came to an end on the 18th of March 2014, and while it did generate a lot of hype and excitement and showcase some of Luigi's character traits that we all know and love today, and had some great games like Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon for the 3DS and Mario Luigi Dream Team, it was one of Nintendo's worst years financially. This could have been for a number of reasons: bad advertising perhaps, the Wii U freaking reeked, man. Anyway, Nintendo, by the end of the year of Luigi, had lost $456 million. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. I'm sick, so I don't really feel like doing anything. I don't even feel like playing games. So I thought I'd do some thinking. I know, scary. So what about? Well, Splatoon 3 has reached the end of its course, and the Nintendo Switch's successor is soon to be announced, so I thought I'd think about two things. Will Splatoon 4 happen, and what will it be like? Firstly, I want to talk about why Splatoon 4 could happen. Splatoon 3 became not only one of Nintendo's most popular games, but also Japan's fastest selling Nintendo Switch game. So, not only is Splatoon a popular franchise beloved by many, but it's a huge moneymaker for Nintendo. It would be stupid to stop the series here, both fan-wise and business-wise, especially now since I'd argue it's at its peak. Splatoon 1 was released in 2015 and only had a year of Splatfest, but was provided free, consistent updates for 2 years. It sucked that major events stopped after just a year, but it made sense since the game was on the dying Wii U. It'd be better to release the game on the new, more thriving Nintendo Switch. The sequel, Splatoon 2, released a year later in 2017. Splatoon 2 gained more popularity, and Splatfest were hosted up till 2019. 2020 and 2021 would have significantly less consistency, and was provided with free consistent updates for 2 years. Nintendo announced before Splatoon 3 came out in September of 2022 that they'd only provide the game with 2 years of free consistent updates. So, if Nintendo repeats the same thing they've done before, I think the release window for Splatoon 4 would be sometime between 2024 and 2026. It would also kind of repeat what happened to Splatoon 1, which kind of sucks because we'd all potentially have to say goodbye to Agent 3, who I'm sure many have developed their own main OCs on, such as me. Elijah, my main OC, whom I didn't think of as an OC for the first year of Splatoon 3's era. I didn't think of him as an OC until around October of 2023, when someone offered to draw him for a price, and this was the result. This solidified him as an OC, a fisherman, and solidified his official appearance. Fun fact, I never planned for him to have heterochromia. It only happened during a conversation about his eye color when they pointed out the difference in the eyes due to the lighting. And I decided to make it official. I still have plans for stories of him later on, even after Splatoon 3 really kicks the bucket. Next, I want to talk about what could determine the overall atmosphere and story of Splatoon 4. I had two theories before Side Order came out. Theory 1, Splatoon 3's Final Fest will determine Splatoon 3's overall atmosphere and or story. Splatoon 1's Final Fest determined what Splatoon 2's story would be. Team Marie won the Final Fest of Splatoon 1, so Callie ended up getting kidnapped in Splatoon 2. So Splatoon 2's story mode revolved around not only defeating the Octarians again, but also rescuing Callie. Splatoon 2's Final Fest determined Splatoon 3's overall atmosphere. Team Chaos won, so Splatoon 3's area is much more chaotic. Splatsville is nicknamed the City of Chaos. So maybe Splatoon 3's final Splatfest will determine the atmosphere and or story of Splatoon 4. Theory 2. Side Order will hint to or reveal what Splatoon 4's overall atmosphere and or story will be. This quickly fell apart after Side Order released, as the game was more so a continuation of Octo Expansion's story, and in a way was ending that story. Perhaps I'm looking at this the wrong way. Nintendo said Splatoon 3 is the end of this chapter, so maybe if Splatoon 4 does end up happening, it'll be very different. Perhaps it will have all new characters, and it won't revolve around the current members of the new Squid Beak Splatoon. I feel the Grand Fest of Splatoon 3 supports both this theory and Theory 1. The theme of Splatoon 3's Grand Fest is what is more important, and the teams are past, present, and future. Team Past won, so maybe Splatoon 4's story mode will take place during the Great Turf War. What if Team Future won? Would the next game take place in the future? Where in the future? Splatoon 3 and its DLC felt like it closed the book on everything that's happened in the series. So I think if a new game takes place in the future, it'll have all new characters, and who knows, maybe some of them will be I don't know, descendants of characters from the first 3 games. I could think about this all day, but let's move on to other things. What will the signature colors of Splatoon 4 be? All the signature colors from each game are complementary colors. They're opposite of each other in the color wheel. So, maybe green and red. Sure, they're very similar to Splatoon 2's signature colors, which are pink and green. If that's such a big issue, teal and red could work too, as they're complementary colors as well. Next, the multiplayer modes. First off, I want to talk about Solo Run, because I just don't see a point in it making a return. It's my favorite mode, yeah, but Mr. Grizz is gone, and the sole reason for its existence was for Mr. Grizz to collect Dalton eggs. Now that he's gone, there's not really a point for it to continue existing. Maybe the Inklings and Octolings will find a use for the eggs, as it's been shown in the game that both power eggs and golden eggs can be used as power sources. However, they have the Great Zapfish for that, don't they? In terms of Turf War, I honestly don't know. I think it's still a good mode, but I definitely want to see more of the challenges. I'd love to see more challenges appear from time to time, and other challenges be a thing you can always choose. Oh, and it would be great to have some of those gimmicky maps back from Splatoon 2 with the bouncy thingies and those weird laser things. You get the point. So many things to think about. What will the story be like? Will you be able to predict it at all? I don't know. I could think about this all day. Well, I could, considering I'm sick, so I don't really have much else to do right now. Well, I'm headed off to bed. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. I have the Nintendo Switch 2. Here's me holding it, and here's me reading my bank statement that came in the mail the same day. It's been a few days, so I've had some time to play around with it and formulate an opinion on it. So, without further ado, the Nintendo Switch 2, 4 days in. The first thing that I thought when I saw the box is the same thing everyone else probably thought when they all got the Switch 1.
It's a lot smaller than I thought it would be.
Seriously, it's smaller than the Switch 1 OLED box, which is smaller than a normal Switch 1 box. Anyway, opening it up, I was greeted by the Joy-Cons and the tablet part of the console, packed in a different but similar way to the Switch 1. Removing them from plastic, they all feel nice to hold. I'd even go as far as to say as nice to hold as the Wii U's gamepad. Attached to Joy-Cons though, which have magnets, it feels wonderful in my hands, like a second skin even. The magnets are a nice touch and make it a bit more user-friendly, especially for older or younger people or people with disabilities. There's only one thing that worries me. Does dropping it ruin its polarity? The dock is similar, but different at the same time. I do, however, like the more rounded build compared to the rectangle that the Switch 1's dock is, and the back is quite nice too. And there's a USB port on the top now!
Oh, it took them 8 years.
The back comes off to reveal the HDMI port, AC port, and LAN port. Only thing is, the cords have just this small hole. Otherwise, the back can't go on correctly. Alright, let's move on. Setting up wasn't too bad, very straightforward. Except for the SD card part, I got so confused. But I eventually got past that and copied all 10,300 photos and videos.
Yes, you heard that right. And yes, I don't look back at 90% of them.
And after setting it all up,
Nothing bad.
oh,
Talk about deja vu.
so everything here is the same, making it a bit hard to believe this is a new console, but don't worry, you're not crazy, Nintendo is. In fact, many are angry at the fact that, apparently, Nintendo announced before launch that when you buy the console, You're not actually buying it, you're paying for the right to play their console, and if they detect anything's been changed, for example modding, they have the right to brick your console. I guess it's their attempt to combat modding or piracy, but us humans have a big problem with not giving up. I did get Mario Kart World bundled with my console, so I played it with my ma. As a person who never really got into it growing up, it was honestly really fun. It was challenging, and there's a bunch of silly characters you'd never think you'd see as playable characters, such as Fish, Spiky Dude, Dead Fish, Cow, which honestly, in my opinion, adds quirkiness, and I, for one, am a fan of weird and quirky. The controls take a bit of getting used to, but for me, once I understood them, it felt ingrained. The steering with this wheel felt pretty good as well. I think it could be just a bit better, especially when it sometimes doesn't feel like it's responding, but otherwise, it's great. It's just too small for me compared to the Wii wheels. Another gripe I have is that while Mario Kart World is really fun, there's no other new games. Sure, you have the Switch 2 editions of games like Zelda, but those aren't new games, just re-releases with extra content. You could also put the GameCube games in that category, which I failed to mention. Nintendo's releasing exclusively on the Switch 2 if you have Nintendo Switch Online. This is 8 years after the Switch 2. You're telling me you couldn't make more than one game at all? That's more than just a racing game. To be fair, they did just release a new Zelda game a couple of years ago, but it's still strange and deters people from purchasing this console, as there's just basically nothing there yet. Even third-party developers have only really re-released games. Most will likely wait until a sale like at Christmas, or for more than just one new game to be there. On a side note, Splatoon Raiders was announced a new console, the first ever spin-off for the series. It'll be set on some islands, a nautical theme. The big thing to me was that there doesn't seem to be any mention of the new Squid Beak Splatoon. Just Deep Cut, and a new playable character who's a mechanic, which means I was kind of on the right track with my theory. It'll be featuring a new set of characters along with a new storyline that strays away from the new Squid Beak Splatoon and the series' general path as a whole, at least that's what it seems like. On a side note, I played Splatoon 3 for about an hour and the battery dropped from 100% to 60%, so I'd say the battery life overall is probably around 2 to 2.5 hours, depending on what game you're playing. In conclusion, it's a well-built console in my personal opinion. But for $450 at the base price, listen, I don't mind paying that much money for a console, but it's not far off from a PlayStation 5 that will outperform the Switch 2 any day of the week. That makes it not really worth it for a lot of people, including myself. But if you're a Nintendo fan, you'll likely pick this console up at some point if you haven't already. Unless you're a pirate, there's no other way to play Nintendo games. They don't release them anywhere else. You could argue that Nintendo may be scared after the Wii U era, but there's a difference between being cautious and being greedy. But if your console ever gets bricked, you can just use it as a holder for, I don't know, printer paper. That is if you don't punch your printer 500 times because it's not working, like me. Hello everyone, my name is Gabriel. Animal Crossing New Leaf is my first favorite game of all time. I mean, there's a reason why I have it displayed right there. But you know what's strange? I couldn't even tell you why I like the game. I mean, it's right here. I have said 100 times over, it is my favorite game of all time. My first favorite game, right after Splatoon 3. But I still can't explain why I like this game.
I started off doing this. I started off talking about stuff relating to video games because I love video games and I loved talking about video games and stuff relating to video games. But I'm running out of ideas and I want to talk about this, but I don't want to repeat what I did with Animal Crossing for the GameCube, and I want to talk about why I love this game, but I can't even tell you why. So why not try to find out why I love Animal Crossing New Leaf?
It starts off like all the other games. You ride public transportation, arrive at the town which you name, set up shop, and boom. However, this time, you're the mayor. Because some guy decided he didn't want to have responsibilities. The other main differences are, of course, the graphics being on 2 screens smaller than my hand, retail, and of the inclusion of Main Street. Nook no longer runs the shop, rather Timmy and Tommy run it. He's the house guy now, who helps you get your own house and upgrade it later on. You even get to choose from different fence styles, tiles, wall styles, and roof styles.
But why is this my favorite game? Why, ever since I was introduced to the series by my mom and sister, is this my favorite Animal Crossing game out of all the games in the series? Why, out of every single game I have played, is this my favorite? Well, I can tell you, it has a lot more soul than New Horizons, and y'all know about my feelings about this game.
That game, while it was an upgrade, was a downgrade in many other areas. Sure, better graphics, new tools, and a crafting mechanic, but that mechanic was so boring to me. The terraforming, it wasn't that in-depth, you had limited options, and it makes sense admittedly. However, that made it feel more annoying when you go out of your way to terraform because doing that was painfully long and redundant. The game even reduced characters like Shampoodle to Harry's Island in favor of more accessibility, but gaining access to those features and having to go talk to said characters is what makes Animal Crossing Animal Crossing. So, we know what doesn't work for me. What does work for me then? Fleshed out characters with personalities and many dialogue options. But I don't want anything repetitive or just plain bland, like I went on a walk along the beach today. Not only is that bland, but when they repeat it 5 times, I want to tackle them. Having to go interact with characters to do something like change my hairstyle, hear jokes, have Rossetti remind me to not mess up again. I don't know, that just makes the game feel more lively. But that's in practically every game before New Leaf, including New Leaf. Well, one thing that sticks with me to this day is the music, specifically the nighttime hourly music. 1 hour it's calming. Another hour it's tense, like you should be in bed by now. Another feels like it's trying to comfort you. One even feels like it's trying to say it's a new day, a new start. And I loved playing with people back then, walking around town, talking to villagers, fishing, scuba diving, showing off your latest item acquisitions, going to the museum, etc. That, coupled with the music, is what I remember most. Even talking to the villagers at night with the right hourly music just felt like someone was there, even if it was just lines of code.
I think that's why I enjoyed playing this game so much back then. Friends, family, working on your town, building it up together. The creator of the series originally made the first game because of his longing for his friends and family back home after he started working at Nintendo.
It's like what Isabel says at the beginning of the game. We'll work together to build this town, slowly but surely. And the town plants a tree to represent that very growth, which, if you play long enough, will become big. And once big enough, it will allow you to sit next to it and show the progress you've made. That, to me, is what makes Animal Crossing Animal Crossing. And the stuff I did, the people I met or played with, the accomplishments I achieved, the amount of real-life things the game got me through.
That is why I enjoyed the game so much back then. And that is why I will never experience that same feeling that I experienced years ago ever again. And you know what? I'm fine with that. And with that solved, I bow my hat one last time